Okay, we're back.
As I recall, shutting the door and throwing away the key was definitely the Templar Plan B.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yes.
I've never thought of that before, J Meister. So I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm just going to say that that's never even occurred to me. Do-do-do-do-do. It's time to meet our final party member in a minute here. After we... hang on. So I would recommend Pillars of Eternity 2, not 1. And I would also recommend Divinity Original Sin 2. Make of that what you will. Thank you for watching my show, Sierra Mike. I have put that towards Doom 64. Thank you, Sierra Mike, once again. I assume you also want that to go to Doom 64. Oh, and I should mention something in case you're not aware of this, Mr. Red. Pillars of Eternity 2 spoils all of Pillars of Eternity 1 in the first 30 seconds or so. So FYI on that. Hey, Grey Wolf.
It will be done.
Sierra Mike, what are you doing to me here?
You've returned to the tower? Why did the Templars let you through? Are you here to warn us?
Oh my god. Well, thank you very much for the support, Sierra Mike. Very much appreciate the bid, sir. And for watching me. So hang on, so that's $8 towards Doom 64. You got it. I told Gregor I'd investigate.
The Templars have barred the doors. They will only open them if they intend to attack us. Is that what is happening?
Don't worry, the Rite of Annulment has not yet arrived.
They sent for it then. I feared they might have. What else could they do? So Gregor thinks the Circle is beyond hope. He probably assumes we are all dead. They abandoned us to our fate. But even trapped as we are, we have survived. If they invoke the Rite, however, we will not be able to stand against them.
Did Irving survive?
If anyone could survive this, it would be the first Enchanter Irving. It was he who told me to look after the children. It's a long story. I erected a barrier over the door leading to the rest of the tower, so nothing from inside could attack the children. You will not be able to enter the tower as long as the barrier holds, but I will dispel it if you join with me to save this circle.
I'd rather kill you, Stab.
Once Gregor sees that we have made the tower safe, I trust he will tell his men to back down. He is not unreasonable.
So let's go.
You want us to assist this preachy schoolmistress to rescue these pathetic excuses for mages? They allow themselves to be corralled like cattle, mindless. Now their masters have chosen death for them, and I say, let them have it.
I mean, you could have been one of them if things were different.
If that was so, why, I am sure I would have flung myself from the top of this tower years ago. I will allow neither mind nor body be subjugated in such a dehumanizing fashion.
That's, not everyone's like you, Morrigan.
And that is made abundantly clear. Look at how they live. Servants of the Chantry. They lack respect for themselves and their own power. Why should I respect them?
So there's no good answer here, so...
Have it your way.
Petra, Kinan, look after the others. I will be back soon.
Wynne, are you sure you're all right? You were so badly hurt earlier. Maybe I should come along.
The others need your protection more. I will be all right. Stay here with them. Keep them safe and calm.
Is right.
If you are ready, let us go end this.
So, okay. Oh, right.
Indeed.
Yes.
There we go. Morgan disproves. Only -3. Right. So. Let's see how this works out.
Here we are. I'm somewhat amazed at myself for having kept it in place this long.
You did what you had to do.
It made me very weary at times, but I had to stay strong to keep us safe. Be prepared for anything. I do not know what manner of beasts lurk beyond this barrier.
I do.
All right. Be on your guard.
No, I have not, Bad Diesel. And thank you, Omni. Very much appreciate the sub, sir. Thank you. And I will go ahead and put that towards Bioshock, which I think is on the very cusp of being funded at this point. Whatever. I should probably just lock it off and be done with it. Too much money going to the wrong games. Nobody wants to play Bioshock. That is the idea. We might end up skipping the Fade on accident. If so, it's not on purpose, I swear. Really. You're probably thinking, how do you accidentally skip the Fade? So I've been trying to figure out how to uninstall mods, and failing at it. I haven't actually... So, basically, to my knowledge, I have uninstalled all my mods, other than, you know, the obvious ones. But, it is within the realm of possibility that I have not successfully uninstalled my mods. And I did actually have the files for skipping the Fade, so... might be a thing. So I was kind of hoping it would take a while for people to notice, but yes, we are now playing a mage. Because warriors suck, and I don't feel like playing a warrior for the rest of the game. I would like to actually enjoy the playthrough. I've already given the negative. I'm done with it. Moving on. It was this, or play through the whole game again up to this point, which I could have done. Yes. But would have caused some issues. To my knowledge, we should still be a Dwarven noble. It's just we are also a mage. Like, as in a mage origin. Yeah, you are not the only one, Omni. I have heard from several people that they enjoy playing warriors, which is just utterly alien to me, admittedly. But I believe you. I don't think you're lying to me. Or are you? There is one rather substantial flaw with this setup. See, we're level 2. So we're kind of the load right now. So... oh, I know how to play a tank. In fact, I prefer playing tanks. I just hate playing warriors in this game. For reasons I listed extensively yesterday. And really, honestly, I don't feel like going back into it. Go watch the VOD if you want to have it. We discussed it for like 40 freaking minutes. And, yeah. What am I doing? What am I doing? I am doing this. Okay. So first of all, we'll just set that up here. Playing Rogue, and then you talked me into a negative that I wasn't even prepared to give. You guys, I swear. So. Like I said, watch the VOD. I really don't feel like repeating myself. We spent 40 minutes talking about it. What's my preferred melee weapon? Depends. Entirely depends on the game. Because every game does things differently. Is that all I've got right now? It is. Wow. Okay, so let's do... Yeah, apparently it's Sierra Mike. Who knew? Let's do this, actually. That's the one I think it is. Do I have a mod to level increase? No. This button? There we go. Not me. Win. I could Dream Whisper, but I figure this will just be my punishment. I'll just live with this. There we go. Okay. Should just rebind some of these things. Okay, so she's set up to heal self, heal other at 50% because of how much they're going to be. Excuse me, lower than 50%. There we go. Ah, there it is. Thank you very much, J Meister. Very much obliged and appreciate. Thank you. So, interesting fact. I looked up console commands. In fact, I spent a decent amount of time. I have thought about that, Lord Harrimont, and if you want to do that, by all means. And I don't mean that as a negative thing. It's just, I don't think you understand what it would take for me to do that. Because every time someone suggests that, my eyes glass over. So if you want to do that, by all means. I absolutely approve and would be grateful for the timestamps, but I am not going to essentially double my workload. Straight double my workload in order to have timestamps. No. So she sucks right now. We just set that up. And then, actually, let's go ahead and do that, and let's actually shove that up there. Yeah, as Titan says, I would have to go through and basically watch my own videos, which A, would suck, because I hate watching my own stuff, and B, would be incredibly time-consuming. Let's go ahead and turn threat back on. There we go. So he's back to tank mode, and she's set to nuke and mez. She's set to heal, and I am currently worthless, but I can also mez and heal. Oh yeah, I should probably hang on. So let's do this. Come on, game. One moment. So now we're gonna go back to here. No? Okay, hang on. Where's before? Is that before? That's before. Hey, Dallas. There we go. Okay, now we can jump forward here. And we're good.
Please refrain from going into the stockroom. It is a mess, and I've not been able to get it into a state fit to be seen.
And hello, Killer Bean, and hello, Dallas. And hello, everyone. I'm sorry I didn't say hello to everyone individually. What are you doing here?
I was trying to tidy up, but there was little I could do.
Why are you cleaning at a time like this?
The stockroom is my responsibility. I must keep it clean. I tried to leave when things got quiet. That was when I encountered the barrier. Finding no other way out, I returned to work.
Owain, you should have said something. I would have opened the door for you.
The stockroom is familiar. I prefer to be here.
Right. Have you come across abominations?
No. I suppose I should count myself lucky. I would prefer not to die. I would prefer it if the tower returned to the way it was. Perhaps Niall will succeed and save us all.
Succeed at what?
I do not know. But he came here with several others and took the litany of Adralla.
But that protects from mind domination. Is blood magic at work here?
I do not know.
Niall was in the meeting. He would know. Blood magic. I was afraid of this.
Yeah. That is entirely a possibility, Lord Harrowmont. If I did it right, it won't happen. Fingers crossed. If it happens, then whatever. Not a lot I can really do about it. I mean, I guess I could just live with playing a warrior the entire rest of the game. God, that would suck. She's got a defense buff up, Loner. Yeah, she did, Mendekler. I noticed that too. I have an easy way to test this.
Blood magic could control us, too. Who knows what could happen then? We should find Niall. The litany will give us a fighting chance against any blood mages we encounter.
I wish you luck. Perhaps this will be over soon and things will return to the way they were. Goodbye.
Okay, so yeah, I have an idea, and this actually won't even take that long to do. Where the hell am I? Well, oh, it repositioned me. That's why. It's because he's a tranquil, Omni. Don't you want to be tranquil? You'll never feel anything ever again. So Ruth says, how can you have preference? So allow me to give a little bit of headcanon on that. I've always felt that something that doesn't have emotions can still have things like preferences or things that they find to be better than other things, because that's a fairly simple calculation, right? You know, eating food greater than being stabbed is not that complex of a thing, even if you remove emotions from the equation. I've often used this to describe data over in Star Trek. Okay, that's okay. We'll do this. No, I can't do this. I can't do that either. Okay, hang on. I think I have one save. Yep, there it is, right there. There we go. Okay. So, where are we at? Nope, I think this is too far. Yeah, I don't even want to get into that, Mike Romano.
So, you know that I'm a Templar,
Very well.
right?
I believe what I heard was that you were not, in fact, a Templar.
Okay, hang on. So, slightly, this is going to take a little more hassle, but thankfully, I've already got this ready to go. There we go. Theoretically. Yep, okay, we're a mage. Okay, so we are currently a mage. You can tell because we have spells. See? Okay, so. Let's go to Orzammar real quick. This is a good thing to get this out of the way. I should have done this last night. Sorry, it's took me about an hour to get this working the way I wanted it to. And I only have so much time in my life, so...
Stop eating.
No, I didn't actually do this test.
Enemies ahead.
For God's sakes. Anyways. Oh, for God's sakes.
It will be done.
The battle is finished.
That's a lot of blood.
Nothing, Mike Romano. They're all dead. They're all very dead. Y'all gotta do the animation with me, okay? There we go. Not personal, guys. It's just your bandits who are trying to rob me and kill me. So, I mean, screw you. Alright, so, continuing. Alright, we're here. And we're a mage with this sword we probably shouldn't have equipped. Yeah, we technically can't equip that. Anything else we technically can't equip? No, let's get rid of all that. There we go. Well, no, Killer Bean. We're still testing. We're not actually playing at all right now. We're just testing something. This shouldn't actually take long.
Our time award. Oh,
Make it praised.
This is why it's nice to have a button to just kill everything.
A recruiter was here just an hour ago. Barely dodged him. King Loghain will
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, this conversation should show if we're still a dwarf right here.
King Loghain.
I don't care if you're the king's wiper. Orzammar will have none but its own until our throne is settled.
Settled? Is this about my father?
You're the exile. Aye. Despite your brother Balin's best efforts, sorrow finished.
We're good. That's really all I needed to check right there.
The assembly.
We're good.
Thank the.
In the name of King Loghain, King Loghain will reward me for this!
It is done.
I like that, the Thanos button. Anywho, so, now, back to where we actually were. Alright, so, now that that's settled. Where the hell was I? Yes, and I have put cheating. I'm pretty sure I put the cheating flag up. Yep. Respect for review purposes. Cheating flag is up. Now we're back to a non-cheating playthrough. I mean, with mods you can, but I don't know of any other method might come on out. Whoops. Hello?
Please,
Can't see. Make us show you mercy, Maleficar, for you will find none here. The people you killed didn't want to die either.
I know I have no right to ask for mercy, but I didn't mean for this death and destruction. We were just trying to free ourselves. Aldred told us that the Circle would support Loghain, and Loghain would help us be free of the Chantry. Don't you remember what it was like living here? The Templars watching. Always watching.
Yeah, there were words something like this would happen. What I find most screwed up about this whole thing, now that we're back into the I can't believe it's not lore run. What I find most amusing about this is both sides really do have a valid point, and I can kind of see the perspective of both sides of the equation. It's just really messed up for everyone, isn't it? I think it would probably be best if we just killed all mages. Maybe if we, destroyed the Fade. That might actually help things. If only we had someone of tremendous power and knowledge who was wanting to destroy the Fade. Maybe that would be a good thing. I never turned to forbidden magic.
The magic was a means to an end. It gave me the power to fight for what I believed.
Fighting for what you believe is commendable, but the ends do not always justify the means.
You don't really believe that, do you, Wynne? Change rarely comes peacefully. Andraste waged war on the Imperium. She didn't write them a strongly worded letter. She reshaped civilization, freed the slaves, and gave us the Chantry. But people died for it. We thought someone always has to take the first step. Force a change, no matter the cost.
Nothing is worth what you've done to this place.
And now Aldred's gone mad, and we are scattered, doomed to die at the hands of those who seek to right our wrongs.
What do you think? Should we horrifically kill her? Or mercifully kill her? Or let her go? I mean, we can let her go. I think. I don't think there's any... Oh, that's true. Killing is wrong. We should murder her. I don't think I've ever been a blood mage before doing the tower. I do plan to become a blood mage, consequently. What? In fact, I even know exactly where I plan to become a blood mage, but that's neither here nor there. You know what? I like to think that, you know, our dwarven mage, totally canon. Also related to Hawk. I like to think that our dwarven mage looks down or pulls out a coin. Aw, another day of beer and pizza.
What else can I do? I'm trapped here.
I don't know what I could do for you, lady.
Please, if you spare me, I could escape and seek penance at the Chantry.
You know, they'll never take you. They're very picky about who they let in. Harlots, murderers, yes. Maleficarum, oh no.
I just want my life. Please.
It's turning really hard to spare her.
I'll find a way, please. I swear I'll do something good with my life.
Have I don't remember if I've ever spared this woman before. Hang on a second. I'm going to look this up, because I'm actually not sure what happens if you spare her. Listen, there's nothing wrong with blood magic as long as I'm the one using it. Obviously. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, Javan, but I don't know, which is why I'm checking. Here we go. Okay, so blah 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 blah. So here's where we get Win. There's a Wayne. A group of blood mages, yada yada yada. The option to recruit her is limited to specific backgrounds and skill sets. PC must either be an assassin, blood mage, or reaver, or a party member must be a blood mage. If you have Alistair and Liliana with you, Alistair will comment she won't find mercy, and Liliana will reject that, prompting Alistair to say that they know different chantries, and of course they don't say that because screw you. Once the encounter is finished, well, what happens when you spare her? Ah, okay. If you spare her or recruit her, you will never see her again. She just vanishes from the narrative. There you go. I was curious. Yep, okay. Die!
No, please.
Morpho's approach.
She died painlessly, being frozen to death.
Yes? Is there something you wish to discuss?
Yeah, I want to loot the thing directly under you, Win. Could you move 3 steps to the left? Thank you. Appreciate it. And if you like killing blood mages, well, you should play Dragon Age 2, because I'm pretty sure that's at least half the enemies in that entire game is frickin' blood mages. It's Blood Mage Central in Dragon Age 2.
Mages from before the circle and before the Chantry. Check.
Dramatic.
All right, let's go!
Too easy.
Yes.
So blood match is actually pretty easy to explain. Oh, no, okay. So Blood magic utilizes life directly,
As you say.
both not only for its method of transference, the method by which it casts, but also as a booster because it's so directly connected with life. So, yeah, you can use, in gameplay terms, you can use HP for mana, and you can drain HP from other people, and blah, blah, blah. Everything, Mr. Red. In lore terms... Hang on. Give me a second. There we go. In lore terms, blood magic, because of its direct... because it's basically casting magic both through and connected to health, to life, the essence of life, it is technically stronger than other magic. I say technically. It's basically a shortcut to being stronger. So a weak mage can be substantially more powerful using blood magic. And they can do things like affect your mind and scry on you and manipulate your body and blah, 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 blah. Stuff that you would imagine would be connected to someone's essence of being alive. So it's kind of a big deal. Listen, I'm pretty sure, Java, at least one point in your life, you've cast Punch Fist.
Just die already!
Too easy.
There's something bad about it? So, actually, no. This isn't like the dark side, where there's an innately corruptive essence to it. Blood magic is just a shortcut to greater power, and, as I mentioned earlier, can be allowed to do several things, including mind control. So, basically, blood magic is actually innately no better or worse than any other form of magic. It is, however, something, not counting the Fade thing, as Solus brings up in Inquisition. However, it is something that is going to be seen as more evil because, let's face it, if one of your big things is mind control, there's not a lot of good usage of mind control. So... Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I feel like I know you. You were in an underwater base, right?
I'm nobody. I'm harmless. Please, leave me alone.
You don't have to be afraid of me.
But the demons...
Don't worry. I've dealt with them.
If you're sure it's safe, I could take a peek outside.
Ooh. Ah, yeah.
Dwarf mage, run! But yeah, as Javan says, blood magic is the kind of thing that's going to appeal to evil people. Therefore, more people tend to use it who are evil. It is entirely 100% possible to use blood magic for good, because mind control is just one of the things blood magic is used. And I point to Jowan yet again as an in-canon lore example of someone who is a blood mage and not an evil person. He didn't even use the mind control thing at all, it's worth noting. That wasn't even something that he bothered with, because why would he? He doesn't care. He was just using it to augment his overall power so he could catch up a bit. And he tries to use it to help the kid, which is something we end up not doing, but still, it is something he puts on the table. Anyways. So... Are you hurt?
Oh, I have a crick in my back and my bum's gone numb. Oh, holy maker, look at this. Those demons didn't know what hit them, did they? Godwyn, Mage of the Circle of Ferelden. At your service.
Pleased to meet you. Are you going to head to Kirkwall next?
Oh, not as pleased as I am that you came along when you did. There were demons everywhere, blocking my exit. I decided that the best thing to do in that situation was to hide and be very, very quiet. I just really want to be somewhere safe. I think I might stay here for now. Maybe go back into my closet for a little while.
I mean, you could escape.
And go where? The Templars have locked the door. I'm just going to stay here and see what happens.
Power in numbers, you moron.
Thank you again for saving me. May we meet again in happier, less life-threatening times.
Good morning, Shadow Machine. A single good person who benefited from the use of blood magic. See, it's funny you say it that way, because I can think of several good people who have used blood magic. But it's harder to say in lore which ones have actually benefited from the use of blood magic.
There must be something left. If we get out, we're gonna need gold.
Begin the onslaught.
Well, it depends on how you play them, Killer Beans. You have quite a bit of variety in how you can play your character.
I cannot be defeated.
Blood.
Like, the Warden can be legitimately evil. Like, not debatably evil, not pragmatic, just messed up evil in this game. Which we will, of course, not be doing. So, no, I actually don't think I can come up with an example, Lord Harriman. I do think, however... So, okay. Someone yesterday actually mentioned something. Ah, Malcolm, that's actually not a bad point. You're right. Someone yesterday mentioned, you know, would I choose to... actually, let's put that on Alistair. Would I choose to forbid, you know, mages or blood magic if I had a choice? And I've thought about that for a little bit. And I have a counter question for you. Would you abolish cocaine usage? Crack or whatever, you know, hard drugs. To be clear about my terminology, I am not saying would you try to prevent its usage and sale. That's separate. I am not saying would you be in favor of removing it from the world. That's separate. I'm saying would you try to abolish it legally? Well, yeah, but there's no real-life equivalent of magic, IQ, so I got nothing on that. See, now that's interesting. Lord Harriman says the analogy doesn't work because blood magic is dangerous for more people than you. Are you going to try and seriously tell me that cocaine is not only dangerous for the person who uses it? Like, I actually thought about that as carefully as I could. Again, there is no real-life equivalent of magic that you know of. I'll go ahead and take that vial. Oh my god! There's a revenant, which I may actually not be able to kill at this point, because I'm underleveled. Drugs can't be used as a weapon to use on someone else. Again, I'm not sure I agree with that.
Oh, this should be good.
Ooh, that hurt.
It will be done.
You will learn.
Yeah, Revenants are, in my opinion, one of the hardest non-elite or non-unique enemies in this game.
We must have victory.
Oh, I've got this. Because I'm playing a mage. In fact, you're basically looking at my final party setup. Alistair, Morrigan, Wynne, me.
There. Let us end this.
Unfortunately, I'm kind of useless because I'm still level 2.
The Paragon could not have done better.
I sure hope so, because I'm only level 2, Mandekler. It might be worthwhile. Nah, guess not. Actually, this isn't a mod. I do have a mod running, but that's not it. And that mod is only there as a just in case. I haven't actually used it yet. No, it's fine. I'll live with it, Glyron. I'll live with it. I will accept the penance of my crimes. Did I already... Let's do that instead. And... Dakota does have a valid point, by the way. Blood magic is actually legal in an extremely limited sense within the setting. It's just only the methods by which that they specifically approve of that. I'm going to hold off on that one for now. Where is blood magic legal? Phylacteries. How do you think they use someone's blood in order to track someone? That is blood magic. Obviously, it's a very limited form of it. It's very structured. But again, the overall point of that is that it's cool if the Chantry says it's cool. And let's be real, it is the Chantry that's running this particular show. Although, as I've pointed out several times, the Chantry...
Like the head enchanter's study, maybe. You think he's read all those?
Yes. The Chantry isn't actually all that horrible in Origins alone. If you just look at Origins, they're just kind of pretty neutral, leaning towards good. So... we'll just disagree on that one, Lord Harrowmont. There's that grimoire, which she doesn't even know she wants yet. But we have it now. Anyways, so obviously there's Tevinter, but I wasn't speaking of Tevinter. I was speaking of the Chantry. Tevinter, to my knowledge, doesn't regulate blood magic at all. I could be wrong. Because now that I'm saying that, I think that Dorian talks about that, and I don't actually remember what he says about that.
You get the feeling things are just getting worse as we go up?
Yeah. Yeah, the Ferelden Circles, we talked about this the other day. Ferelden Circles are actually pretty cool, relatively speaking. Oh yeah, that's also true. Wardens use blood magic whenever they choose to. Because, you know, they're the Grey Wardens. Now, it's worth noting that has usually turned out pretty badly, too. So that's something worth keeping in mind.
Of course.
Then again, there's also the fact that, well...
Spirits, you must be on your guard.
Let's just say that it's not as cut and dry as It Goes Badly.
You'll be done.
We'll talk about that when we get to the keep.
Take that!
I approve.
I wasn't referring to the joining. I was referring to the experiments that What's-His-Face has been doing for the last century plus.
Yes.
That's my fault. I wasn't paying attention. Live, win.
We have done well.
It makes me wonder how many other various Grey Warden mages have been poking around with blood magic for the last 400 years. Hey, Nero's us. Because you can't tell me they haven't been. Like, you can't. You cannot convince me that over centuries of the Grey Wardens doing their Grey Wardening thing, especially in Weishaupt, that they would just kind of leave that alone, right? Okay, so here's the thing, Lord Harrowmont. I actually agree with you on the whole, blood magic is generally a bad thing. Hey, I have a staff, finally. Here's the thing. I also disagree with what you just said. You just said if all we hear about is blood magic being bad, then that's probably indicative. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to use real life to explain that one, but there's a reason we usually only hear about the bad in real life news. For example, because, those are the stories that sell, or those are the stories that get spread. Nobody wants to hear about such and such dude who, retired happily and then wisely invested their money and then walked away, right?
Yes.
Like, nobody cares about that.
Very well.
Lottery winners is actually my favorite example of that in real life. Yeah, how often do you hear about the lottery winners who invest their money and then walk away and live a perfectly happy life? It actually relates to an idea I talked about quite some time ago. How boring. Yeah, exactly. You hear about what you hear about is the lottery winners who blew all their money on stupid crap. Because those are the stories that are, more interesting, / more memorable, / more plugged, however you want to think of that. Success stories can be a thing.
Very well.
But obviously aren't. Anyways, I was going to make a parallel. Some time ago I was talking about Superman. Remember when the hurricane was hitting Florida? I know, you're probably going to say, which time? But I said, would you be interested in reading a comic that's 2 pages long, in which a horrible hurricane is coming to Florida, and then Superman shows up and fixes the problem at the end? And almost everyone in chat said, no, because there's no story there. That's, to tie this back into the fictional concept. Writers are well aware of the fact that, for the most part, people don't want to read a story about things actually going well. Now, there is funny thing is, during that exact discussion, we actually had a lengthy discussion about how you could turn that into an interesting story.
We need to fight short.
But, I'm getting off topic at this point.
Yes.
So, unfortunately, Javan is already getting to the point that I was thinking of earlier. I probably shouldn't have brought drugs into this. I apologize. I'm basically breaking my own rule there. But, yeah, I would argue strongly, this is especially based on Dragon Age 2, I would argue strongly that a lot of why we see so much crap with regards to blood magic is specifically because of the fact that it is so unregulated that the people who are using it without instruction, without proper knowledge, and without proper care. Or, to just use the obvious analogy here.
Very well.
I mean, I got my bottle of Claritin here, if you want some of that. No, but yeah, to use the obvious analogy here, I would rather there be some kind of regulation for driving than just anybody could go out, grab a car, and start riding around. Now, I know driving is not an equivalent for blood magic, and that's a valid point. But both kind of sit into a similar category for me. They are both very dangerous things, which can cause a great deal of damage if not properly done. In fact, I don't want to get too much into real-life politics, but I think we are a little bit too lenient on what is required to drive, at least where I live, here in the States. And it's worth noting that actually varies from state to state. Some states are actually pretty strict on what they require for you to be able to have a driver's license. And then some states just require you to have 3 brain cells bouncing around in your cavernous skull. But anyways. So, moment of truth. Before we do this, I'm going to go ahead and give... do I want to do that? I think I do. Yeah, I'll take that on her. And I need to do something really quick, and then I need to stab Vigilant. Let's see. Let's do this, actually. So... there we go. Yes, that is correct. But this is kind of the moment of truth in the other direction. Hopefully this will go correctly. Thank you very much, Vigilant. Very much appreciate and obliged. And thank you for watching my show, Shadow Machine. I will go ahead and put Shadow Machines toward Pokemon Isles. Well, there's flags, Dakota, and they are separate flags. Class and origin are actually separate flags in this game. The question is if it's going to properly acknowledge the variants. Actually, so it's funny you say that, Vigilant. One of my favorite Batman comics of all time is a Bruce Wayne comic where it's just him, it's just going through a day in Bruce Wayne's life. In fact, I bet several of you can actually think of the exact one I'm talking about because it's like 1, 2, or 3 panels per scene, and it's just jumping around the day as he's running around making the world a better place. I've said it so many times. Bruce Wayne does more good than Batman does. At least on a local level. Anyways. Oh my god. I just got another "you should vote" spam message. Hey, Bobby Budnick. So... so far, Alisher's doing okay-ish. I've had my learner's permit since I was 14 here to use the state's equivalent, by the way. And I've been driving since I was 14. Okay, we're okay. Yeah, that's valid, Crazy Horse. That's valid. I am probably an exception there, if I'm being just completely honest, and that's not bragging. Like, my point is I am a good driver because I was taught at a very young age to be a good driver, to treat it as seriously as it should be treated. Whoops. No. Because driving is one of the most dangerous things you can do in life. What? Did I not? Oh, I raised the wrong thing, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Sorry. And it should be taken very seriously. And I do. I actually don't like driving because it's so damn stressful. Wow. Okay, we're just gonna sit on that then. I have no idea who Thor. What in the world? Hang on, let me just get rid of the spam just really quick because screw this. There we go. Spam. I was going to ask the same question. Georgia the country or Georgia the state?
Very well.
Allow me to use a... See, the problem is I don't think any analogy really works with blood magic. I've tried a few times and I've failed at it each direction, so... Oh my god, Uthor. Oh, let's just pretend we never heard that. Hang on. Mental disassociation. And we're good, okay. We're cool. Hang on, I want to talk about 3 things at once, and I'm just stalling because my brain is breaking. First and foremost, hey, there's a bunch of gore for some reason. So, yeah, we've got a bunch of gore lying around, and guck, and it's literally just bags of flesh. The problem is there really is no real good explanation for this, or why the Darkspawn do the same thing. We theorized yesterday, but again, they never really properly explained it. Let's be clear, this is here to make it grosser. This is here to try and make it be like, oh my god, it's horrifying, it's hellish. That's why this is here. But the thing is, and he'll never come up again. The implication is that the barriers here between here and the Fade are so thin that this is the kind of stuff that's seeping through. I have several problems with that sentence, but the one that comes to my mind most immediately is the death prison that we mentioned yesterday or the day before. You know, the one where the barrier between the Fade and the real world is extremely thin. Is this just a Tuesday for them? Like, is this normal over there, or does something have to willingly try to shove gore from the Fade into the real world? Yikes.
Thank you. That was an uncomfortable experience.
As you say.
And yeah, the Fade isn't supposed to be all gore and druck. In fact, that's one way it does differentiate from the Warp, in that, you know, it's not all gore and druck. It is entirely possible that, and this was mentioned yesterday as a possibility, that the reason the Fade acts like this is literally just to copy the ideas of the Warp. And, I mean, that's valid. And yeah, the further up we go... Yeah, the further up we go, the more gore and gruck we'll be seeing, and of course, in direct contrast to the smooth-skinned walls. They also never say this, to my knowledge, if this stuff just goes away when, you know, when we defeat everyone here, or does someone have to come through here with a flamethrower? The Warp is from Warhammer, or Warhammer 40k, or both. I am admittedly mentally thinking of Warhammer 40k, because, you know, I don't know Warhammer that well. Yeah, imagine the smell. This is an enclosed tower. There's no windows here. So I want you to think about that. I want you to picture that. It's okay. It'll be like Harry Potter. They'll just go to the bathroom on the floor and they'll magic it away.
It is time.
Okay. So this is a fun one.
Yes.
Everything is just as you wanted, my knight. Our love and our family is more than you hoped for.
So I'm going to leave it on this screen for a moment, just so we make sure that Twitch doesn't come down on my face. But this is a surprisingly interesting dilemma here. So that's a desire demon. You can tell because she's... Anyways, that's a desire demon. And she has decided to effectively make a pact by preying on the desires of this Templar. What is this Templar's desires? To have a simple life with a wife and kids. First of all, I really like that. That's a great thing for there to be a desire for a Templar. That makes so much sense. And it would have been so easy for for them to write this to be so many other things. And instead, he just wants a simple life. You know, cottage, white picket fence, you know, that thing, right? Someone go stab Blue Walrus for me, please. Thank you. The second thing that's interesting about this is what she's doing here is, on the face of it, not necessarily horrific. Oh man, that sounds bad that I have to preface it in all those ways. But on the face of it, what we're dealing with is a desire demon, which is basically making a, let's call it what it is, an economic trade. This is a contract. She gives him the illusion of what he wants, and he gives her the ability to function in the real world and to feed off him. Eventually, he will die, and the end. That will take some time, it's worth noting. The thing for me that really makes this less cut and dry is the fact that we don't know what his choice is in this matter, because we only hear this from her perspective, and it's entirely possible that she tried to seduce or control or manipulate him into this rather than him willingly accepting the contract. And that is a huge difference for me personally. Because if he decided, well, you know what, I'd really like that, can you give that to me? Sure. Then honestly, sure. I mean, I know that sounds horrible, but sure. If he willingly, of his own free will, decided to accept a shortened life, which he already has, it's worth noting because he's a Templar, in order to experience the life he's always wanted, and he chose that, then go for it. But we don't know if that happened. It's entirely possible, thanks to the way demons in general work, especially desire demons, that she could have manipulated or coerced or forced or otherwise made it so that he did not actually have a choice in this matter. Not really. And that's a really big if. It's also worth noting that she's a desire demon, which is one of the strongest types of demons. And there's some things after this quest that kind of throw this up the thresher, but, whatever. So, what are you doing here?
Do you hear something, love?
It is nothing, my darling. Just the door. I will get it. The children have finished supper. Tuck them into bed while I see who it is.
Don't be long. The children will want to kiss you goodnight.
I will be but a moment, my pet. You are intruding upon a loving, intimate moment, and I dislike disruptions.
Yeah, well, I could kill you in an instant, so shut the hell up. Also, we do know, to give you an idea, obviously not every demon is equal in power, but to give you an idea, just about everything happening at Redcliffe is a desire demon's doing. To give you a concept of exactly the level of influence they can have. I need to check something really quick in my notes here. Give me just one moment, please. Oh, wow, you can get Wynn to kill you if you side with Cullen. I didn't know that, because I've never sided with Cullen, because I have a brain. Here we go. Yeah, no kidding, Lord Harrowmont. Oh yeah, by the way, my own personal headcanon, not that anyone asked. I think the specific reason why all this guck is being pushed through here is because of the Pride Demon, which I do think is Mouse, to be clear. There's nothing that confirms that, I just think it's Mouse. The Pride Demon that is pushing through Uldred. So we've got that Pride Demon, which is a problem in its own right, and then we got Uldred, who is just whoo, and that's my take on why the guck is being pushed through. Basically, what we're seeing is actually corrupted Fade manifesting physically, and corrupted Fade manifesting physically as guck actually makes a lot of sense to me. So there's my headcanon. It doesn't say it here. Well, whatever. Well, because it's not the fact that it's pride, it's the fact that it's this specific pride which is being corrupted by Uldred, or Uldred being corrupted by pride, however you want to think about that. Basically, we see what a... how do I phrase this? We see what a clean transference of a pride demon to a person is in Dragon Age Awakening. You remember the Baroness? That's how a pride demon looks when they are properly possessed, connected, contracted, whatever you want to call it. It's my opinion that Uldred is a moron and just kind of forced this thing either on the pride demon or the pride demon on him, and what we have is bleh as a consequence. Again, that is pure headcanon, and I don't have anything really to support it, because I already said why this is here. This is here to make this look gross and horrible and hellish. So, you have that guy in Sourceful, don't you?
Happiness is bewitching. There is a certain power in all things mortals delight in. I have given him what he always wanted. Where is the harm in that?
Oh yeah, one of the things I like best about the Desire Demon's appearance, hear me out, watch her sleeves. So, hang on, his happiness is an illusion.
All emotion is intangible. You cannot see it, cannot grasp it.
But it is normally caused by something real. Real events, real people. What you've done to him is abhorrent.
I saw his loneliness and longing for a family that loved him.
Apparently, you can get your desire and still suffer horribly. 'Tis truly a lesson for all who consider marriage.
How long will you keep him in this stupor? Will he know it when his body fails and death claims him?
A short, blissful existence is preferable to an interminable one of misery.
Oh yeah, so I'm not super impressed with the sound design of this game, with one exception, and I actually already mentioned this, and that would be the demonic voice underneath the demon's voices. All of them have it, but it works best, I think, with the Desire Demon specifically. So this is a good time to mention something else here. Desire demons are supposed to, in lore, look different based on who it is who summoned them or who it is who has a contract with them. Unfortunately, all of them look like that because it's a video game and they use the same model for all of them. And we gotta have sexy because otherwise how are we going to get that mature rating? Or whatever rating this game, I actually don't remember. I just wanted to mention that because I actually really like the idea of Desire Demons, taking on a different appearance based on whatever, because not only does that make perfect freaking sense, but it would be nice to see, for example, the Desire Demon, which we'll see during, I think, the Shale quest, who makes a contract with a young girl, look like something that is not that. Anyways. And yeah, there's also a Desire Demon who makes a deal with Connor in Redcliffe, who looks like that! Whatever. Anyways. Well, I probably wouldn't do a universal model at all, MPPY. If anything, I would probably not actually design a Desire Demon model. I would use other models that already exist within the course of the game. And thus, each given Desire Demon we encounter would actually have some other different appearance from somewhere else in the game files, right? So, like, this one could be, just a simple-looking farm girl, right? Like one of the women in Lothering. And we already know what the one could look like with regards to... no, the camera's just zoomed in, iCube. We already know what the one looks like that's making the deal with a little girl because it actually takes the appearance of a cat for a little bit, and then it turns into that. So just leave it as a cat. The one with Connor... you could have it as a child, or you could have it as the badass doctor, or you could have it as a strong knight, because he was raised on stories of the great venerated knights, and blah, blah, you get the idea. Now, that's possible, Javan, but the question then becomes, how do you decide what determines that? Like, I'm picturing during character creation. You've played Earthbound, right, Javan? During character creation. Going down the list, and it's like, what is it your character desires most? It's just one of the random questions there. There's like a list. It's like, and one of the options is super sexy women or whatever. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. So, I don't think this is what he really wants.
You do not see what I see of him. You do not know. We are partners. I give him what no one else can, and through him, I experience what it is to be mortal.
So a Desire Demon would look like our sister. Wait. Quick aside, by the way. Lord Harrimont earlier said, you know, I hate you, Lauren, you're dumb and stupid. And while he is absolutely valid and correct about that, I have to personally disagree, because I think that the very nature of this guy being a Templar is what makes it so believable that he would willingly pick this. I mean, this is such a common concept in real life as well as in fiction. The constrained wants to be free, right? Like, very, very simple, very common idea. So the man who is stuck being a Templar and living the military life for the rest of his life with rigor and regimental duty longs for the idea of having a simple family life. That just makes sense to me. Now, again, she's probably deceiving him, and this is probably not consensual, but it's still something that I think about. Anyways. So yeah, I think we're actually as far as we can get. We can either kill her, which also involves killing him, by the way. So, or we could let them go on and keep doing their thing. So we're going to threaten first, see if that does anything.
What was that?
Help!
Nope.
There are bandits at the door. They're going to murder the children.
They will not get past me.
So this is actually a hard fight, too. That's the funny part. At least on, you know, hard. Whoop. Need to do that. We might actually lose this.
It will be done. Of course. Why my answer?
I'm not actually using the Thanos button. Like, again, that was just for testing. The only reason it's even there. Is there a concept such as a soul in this setting? That's a good question. That depends on who you ask. Solus would, well, he'd talk about that for a bit. Ironically, given his name. Yeah, I know, Lord Harrimont. There's not really a lot I can do about that until I level some more. Which is fine. I actually intend to go down fire myself. But I picked up frost first, because frankly, early frost is more useful. Speaking of which. I want to go that route? Do I? No, I want to go down that route. Is he still... Yeah, he's still waiting on that. What am I waiting on? I'm just waiting on that, aren't I? The fact that I hate playing a melee disco? Honestly, this was kind of the plan all along. In my defense, I played as a warrior for 2 days, and a decent chunk of that was on hard. Well, more like a day, sorry. So I played as a warrior for 1 day on hard, and that was all I needed to see. As much as I love torturing myself for your guys' sake, honestly, I'm good. Why did I pick warrior at the start? Because I can never be 100% sure of my opinions until I've actually tested them. Whether mage is strong or not isn't actually relevant to me, as weird as that may sound. It's just more enjoyable.
Yes.
However, yes, it is pretty damn powerful. Mage is legitimately overpowered in Origins. Especially if we go down the Arcane Warrior War, which, spoiler, we will be. Get some better robes. Did I get... Nah. It's just that.
Oh, look.
It was locked, von Falkenstein.
I'd entertain you, but too much effort involved.
So, this is a sloth demon, but this is a very powerful sloth demon. Like, this sloth demon has his own domain and everything.
He's just resting. Poor lad. He was so very, very weary. You want to join us, don't you? Wouldn't you like to just lay down and forget about all this? Leave it all behind.
Can't keep eyes open. Someone pinch me.
This is ridiculous. You cannot expect me to rest on a floor sticky with blood.
Resist. You must resist. Else we are all lost.
Why do you fight? You deserve more. You deserve a rest. The world will go on without you.
Moment of truth. Funnily enough, my canon warden actually is a blood mage, but for reasons that I probably don't even have to explain to you. Lord Aramon. Oh no, there's sloth demons of varying power. Every demon has varying power. There's, wrath demons are supposed to be really low tier, but there are some that are actually strong.
Welcome, my friend. We fought the good fight and won. Rejoice.
I think we're okay. I think we're okay here.
Ah, there you are. I'm not disturbing you, am I?
Of course not. Wait, you're dead.
Dead? Me? I have been close many times, but I never quite made it all the way. I just wanted to make sure you were happy here in Weishaupt. These grand halls were built by the first Grey Wardens. Isn't it breathtaking?
We'll decide as we go through this, won't we, Killer Bean? So, it's a beautiful fortress.
It will stand as a testament to the time when the Grey Wardens were needed to fight the Darkspawn.
But you speak as though the Darkspawn are no longer a problem.
The Darkspawn are gone, remember? You were there in the last great battle. It was a triumph for all of us, bringing down the Archdemon and setting the underground lairs ablaze.
But that's not possible.
Foolish child. I have given you so much and you cast it back in my face. Can you not be content with the peace I offer?
I have to point out once again how amazing the voice acting is in this game. You'll notice he literally sounds different. It's the same actor, but he literally sounds like a different character. He is playing a different character, and I applaud the variance there.
It seems only war and death will satisfy you. So be it. Have your war and your Darkspawn. May they be your doom.
This part can suck a little bit, especially since I'm underleveled. This is the part I was most worried about right here. Fortunately, Winter's Grasp is a nice low-level spell. It's just not against undead, so...
Will be done. Yes.
Okay, so, first and foremost, let's get rid of this headache. Oh, there we go. That is so much better. Whew, okay. So now that the headache mode has been turned off, Admittedly, I do have to admit that it's kind of amusing how pathetic they are at manipulating. That's doubly amusing, though, because it says a lot about the people who are influenced by it and how much. Morrigan isn't taking it at all. Alistair immediately buys it. Everyone else has varying levels of, interaction.
As you say.
So we'll move down here first. So yeah, we definitely do not have Skip the Fate on. Good. Oh, look, there's the Black City. Anyways, how do you turn that off? Options. Video. Frame buffer effects. Learn it, live it, love it. I actually, for the longest time, when I would replay this game, I used the Skip the Fade mod, which is one of the first mods that I knew about in this game. Then I discovered that all I had to do was to get rid of that is to click that option, which was like my third or fourth playthrough at that point. I was like, oh, okay then.
Who are you? Where did you come from? Are you a demon? Wait, I know you, don't I? You were the apprentice who left with the Grey Warden. I would have thought you would end up here with me. Good job for getting out of that trap.
Well, we don't know what the Black City is, Gelato. So that's what the Black City is. We don't know. Hang on, this is what the Black City is. Anyways. Does the frame buffer effects affect anything outside of the game? Yeah, it changes a lot of the post-processing effects. They're all basically baked into one option. So it does change the lighting and several other things.
I don't know. This place drains you of everything. Hope, feeling, life.
No, that's the lighting, my Kamano. So don't worry, we'll find a way out.
No, there is no way out of here. You think there might be, but you'd be wrong. You see that pedestal there? I've studied the runes on it. Runes that signify different islands of the Sloth Demon's domain. The Sloth Demon itself is on the center island, but you can't get there. The 5 islands around the center somehow form a protective ward. I thought I was getting somewhere when I figured that out, and I went to each island in turn only to have my hopes dashed. There's always an obstacle. You'll see the path but be unable to get to it. And it taunts you and drives you mad.
Yeah, it's the nature of the dungeon design. I'll talk about that in just a second. So, I'm going to look at this pedestal. Actually, yeah.
You think you'll find a way out, don't you? You believe that? Maker. I believed it too. It seems like eons ago.
Yeah, it wasn't actually that long. So, Oh, real quick, Litany of Adralla?
Not much. I know that it stops blood mages from taking over your mind. I don't even know who or what Adralla is. You're better off asking someone more knowledgeable.
Gotcha. Alright, peace.
I don't want it to end like this. Do you feel it? It's getting so cold.
So, we'll go ahead and check this out. So we can't go through the door yet, so instead we'll go this way.
Very well.
So the structure of this dungeon is fairly self-apparent. Hang on.
Thank you, but too late for me. Kill Yavina, the demoness that rules here. She protects her master, Sloth. There's a door only demons can see. The key must be in another realm. Take my power. Save any others trapped in nightmares. Kill the demons that guard Sloth. Make my...
So, this is part of why I wanted to go through this. Obviously, actually judging and reviewing the game is the other big reason, but the fact is, the way the Fate is structured is it's a so there's, I think, 7 total areas with regards to this dungeon. Each area has certain things you can only interact with in certain forms, and several of those forms also change how you interact with combat. So, for example, right now, So we're out of stealth just by being a mouse. We also have the ability to... I think that's it, actually. So that's all we can do. We can be stealthed, but we can also go through little things like this. Sneak our way by. No need to look at me. Just gonna move over here. Ah, we're in combat, though. So we'll go ahead and form out. Kill this guy real quick. Alright, he's super done. Excellent.
As you say.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'll be talking about this tomorrow, but Signal Boost do not respond to or interact with any bot that says, "Want to be friends?" on YouTube.
It will be done.
And I hope that person dies, but that's neither here nor there. There's another door we can interact with.
I should stir myself for a fool such as you?
I mean, Inquisition actually does a really good job of showing it how horrible the Fade can be. Like, really. It turns other YouTube accounts into comment bots to summarize Valvedrix, which can lead to all sorts of complications other than the obvious security breach. Is Inquisition a good game? Well, now that is an interesting question, isn't it?
Something happened, didn't it? You look a little different. What happened?
I became a mouse.
Did you? Did it help? I know I saw the tiny holes. Were you small enough to get through?
I was.
You're so much braver than I am. I was so sure it was impossible to get anywhere. Do you think you could learn other shapes? Maybe they could help you get to places you couldn't otherwise.
Lol, Black Cloud. No, it's not actually a phishing link. It's even worse than that, Valvedrix. From what we understand, which again is not codified, we're still trying to figure out exactly what's going on with it. I even did some research off camera, but unfortunately people are still trying to figure out what the hell's going on with the bot. But the closest approximation is that it's using some kind of background API. Basically just looking at the bot in some significant manner, either in terms of flagging it, or friending it, or subscribing to it, opens up some kind of API thing in the background, probably connected to Discord, which then serves as a vulnerability that it can use to take over your account. You know what? I hate this game. I'm done. I'm done. Worst game ever. This is how much I hate the Fade, guys. It's just, ugh, worst game. 0 out of 10. I know. I'm not funny. I'm tired is what I am. Just giving it a few seconds. Okay. For how many loading screens we're going to go through in this area, we really want to refresh the RAM for this, so... Hey, Seraphim. I am tired, but otherwise well. So, those of you who don't like the Fade, and no judgment, a lot of people don't like the Fade, but for those of you who don't, if you don't mind my asking, why? What is it specifically that you don't like about the Fade? Tell you what, Lord Harrimont, the moment I either don't need to sleep or figure out a way to get a full, good night's rest every night, I'll let you know. Permanent increase to cunning. For whatever reason you don't like it for. If you don't like it for story, story. If you don't like it for gameplay, gameplay. It's up to you. Thank you very much, Strife. Very much appreciate and obliged. Thank you. And I will put that towards... Wait! You didn't tell me what you want to put that towards. What would you like to put that towards? 971. Mattress, you got it. Thank you again. Very much appreciate, sir. I don't know what you're talking about, Andrew. Seeing things.
Of course. As you say. Let's end this. Paragon, watch over.
It is probably telling that one of the most commonly used and requested mods, at least in early Dragon Age, I don't know if that's true anymore, was Skip the Fade. So I imagine it is a very common opinion to not like the Fade. The dungeon. The construction of the dungeon and all that. What? No, 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 no!
You.
You do, in fact, get the stat increases. You get the cutscenes with your party members, the stat increases in the boss fight with the mod. Oh yeah, technically you get the transformations for the boss fight. If you choose to, of course.
They're gone. We have done well. You did it. You killed them. But not all. Their leaders are behind the unbreakable door. I give you my wisdom. It will let you see. And now I wake.
We now have Revenant form. Revenant has Winter's Grasp, Crushing Prison, and Regeneration. Also, he's kind of slow, which is probably the sucky part about this. We are hovering. It's kind of hard to tell because our toes are grazing the ground. Yep, okay.
Of course.
Okay. might actually do that. I'll do it after this. I should probably be doing this for combat. Because right now I'm still kind of underpowered. No, I have not yet gone to Redcliffe. I will. Soon. Very soon. Not yet. Yeah. I don't know. With regards to the Lord Harriman question. Where's an enemy I can poke at? Okay, so. Whoops. Switch. It does sheer cooldown. Go figure. Honestly, this just sounds like a Tuesday in Hogwarts to me.
Paragon could not have done better.
As you say.
I think you're seeing things, Sheetcore. See? I mean, these bookshelves don't hover. Bookshelves don't hover, Sheetcore, okay? I don't know what you think you're seeing. God dang it. We're back here. Alright, fine. Whoops. That was just a straight up misclick, but whatever. At least we set him on fire. Ugh. Oh, great, because, you know, fighting an ogre by itself was just going to be too easy, so, you know. Ham. Hi. I suck at playing as melee. Ouch. I do not enjoy playing melee, let's be 100% clear about that. I think I proved I do not suck at it. Very much. Come on out.
As you say. We have done well.
That's the Diablo 3. God.
Yes.
So that's a golem door. The irony of this statement I'm about to say should not be lost on you, but it would help if the fade was a little more logical in how it was constructed. I think I'm actually done here until I can get the golem form, so let's move on.
I've had enough of this.
You didn't say anything, dude. Jeez.
There is no hope.
I love how close to the verge of death I am constantly, by the way. I don't know, my dreams are actually very logical. It's part of why I hate them so much.
More foes approach.
Hi.
Very well.
No, attack the...
The Paragon would not have done better.
So I don't have that. Guess I do that. Permanent increase to magic. Yay.
We can't trust anybody.
The solution is so simple. We kill everyone.
How delightful.
What? I've always, so this is pure headcanon, Lord Harrimont. I've always assumed that the sloth demon here was basically just taking advantage of Uldred's pride mess up.
Very well.
Like, this is a pretty big rip in the Fade here. And I imagine that several demons took advantage of this, like the Desire Demon we saw earlier.
The Paragons could not have done better.
Anyways.
This is a waste of time.
That's actually dangerous.
The Paragons could not have done better.
Okay. I guess I'm excited for Ghost of Tsushima. Like, the run's already funded. It's been funded for, like, half a year at this point. It's nice to have a release date. Ah! Dare you sneak up on me, sir? I am royalty!
There is no hope.
Very much. Yeah. So I need flame form to go that way. Okay, so I've run into our first 3 walls. Oh, actually, hang on. Nope, we can't go that way. That's a golem hole. Or a golem wall? Whatever. Well, Lord Harrimont being traditionalist isn't what bothers me. The fact that he likes playing a melee, that's what bothers me. Ugh. What kind of insane, inhuman monster would do that? Other than, obviously, a dwarf. Look, there's all this gold. Can I take it back with me? Okay, so next. We move up to the Burning Tower. Alright, now that Crazy Norse is gone, let's do all the really cool stuff. Like all the character stuff we're about to do. Oh god, Mohammed. Actually, I'm not sure. No, we'll find out in a second. I'll tell you one thing I actually don't like about the Fade. Legitimately, I hate to say objectively, but substantially do not like about the Fade. Can anyone guess what it is? Other than the visual effect, which obviously I've already turned off. So not that.
Oh!
Actually, the lack of party thing is kind of offset by the shape-shifting. It's one of the things I think is actually decently designed about us. It takes too long? Eh. We'll decide that as we go through it. I haven't played through it in a while, so, you know. The color filter, well, I already said that doesn't really count, so no. Creep factor, no. Actually, not all that creepy, really. I'm surprised no one's mentioned it. It's the music. If you can call that music. I bet most of you can't even hear it. Once again, the music is, you know, sound balance, blah, 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 blah. but it's just kind of a yeah. Wow. Yeah. And that's the music. I just gave you every song that plays in this stupid fade. Like here, I'll go quiet so you can maybe hear it. Okay, so you see how loud this is now, by the way? This is exactly why I have the music turned down so much, and why that negative for sound balancing is a thing. Oh my god, this is loud! Listen to this! Now compare the actual music. You know what's funny is Morrowind has the exact same problem. In terms of the music problem. Beautiful. Just beatific, wonderful music. Yeah, no. You know what? Hang on. This is ridiculous. I have the solution to this. I mean, Yoshi drums have existed since Mario World, if we want to go down that route, Javin.
Very well.
What, Bragwin? I think it's based on the Genlock, Dakota, because the Genlocks are regularly casters, so...
Very well.
The Paragons could not have done better.
Must control anger.
As you say.
It burns. You must die.
Oh, okay. Oh.
It will be done.
You notice how, by the way, there's combat music even with the music turned off? It's pretty faint, but it's there. Yeah, there's another thing never explained about the Darkspawn. Why are Darkspawn dwarves almost always casters?
The anger. Fading. I am free. Take Ragos' power. Use it and burn him. Burn them all. He guards Sloth. He bars the way. You must destroy the door. Other dreamers. Other powers. Only way.
Now we have the ability to burn. We run faster while we're burning. Oh, right, we can't go through that. Of course. So we can just kind of do this now. Eee. I'll take those stat ups, thank you very much. I will say this. I actually appreciate what they were going for here. Really. This is probably the most unique dungeon in the entire game, and it's also probably the only time, I'd say one of 2 times that I actually enjoy, well, I hate to use that word, where I appreciate the dungeon design. Because most of the dungeons in this game are just dungeons. There's nothing really to think about there. It's like, yep, okay. Going through the dungeon, killing the mobs, and, you know, nothing else to it, right? I do think the implementation could have been better, but I could say that about a lot of this game. And I have. You got it, Shadow Machine. Have a good day at work, hopefully.
You're back. Every time you take a step, you...
That could be Nero's. Considering we know, especially with the advantage of hindsight, exactly how BioWare operates, you know, the whole it'll all come together in the end thing, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of this was, a lot of Dragon Age and even, you know, their other good games were done in exactly that format. Which would explain a lot of the inconsistencies.
Vile and tainted creatures.
So there's a non-mage genlock to prove Lord Harrimont right, even though he's still incredibly wrong.
So shall it be.
Oh yeah, by the way, there's no loot in the Fade. Now, that actually makes perfect sense. In fact, really, Lord Harrimont? Wow, that's actually impressive. Really. I'd love to see what builds they use. I need to watch that. In fact, I'm going to pull that up right now, so I can bookmark it for later. There we go. I'll look at that later. Anyway, so there's no loot in the Fade. Now, I mean, duh, right? Of course there's no loot in the Fade. Why would there be? But I do have to admit, I like that they offset that with permanent stat ups, which, if I'm being honest, I'd actually rather have than loot. Now, as Takoida correctly points out, there is a caveat there. You don't have any way of restoring items, like, you know, these poultices. Now, I walk in here with like 30 usually, but the fact is, if I run out of those, I'm out. Now, they do try to offset that with lyrium veins, but lyrium veins are only useful if you're playing a mage. I mean, they're more useful if you're playing a mage. I should be more accurate about that. I don't want to sound like they're completely useless, but you get my point. Don't mind me, I'm just sneezing everywhere here. Ugh, I've been sneezy all day. Alright, so. Oh yeah, this is actually the domain of that particular sloth demon and his own little minions. mean, that makes a lot of sense, Javin. In fact, so this is kind of an interesting contrast to the harrowing, as was pointed out by Lord Harriman. You know, you go through the harrowing, you can actually get loot in the harrowing, but it doesn't matter. It's just for the harrowing. But the permanent stat-ups you get in here are permanent stat-ups. You do actually retain them outside of the Fade. If anything, I kind of wish they'd gone full tilt. The more I'm talking this out and discussing this with you guys, the more I'm coming to a trend here. I feel like the Fade could have been really awesome, and isn't. Crap. And I'm dead. So, okay. This is funny, because I was literally just thinking about this. So... God, where am I? In the game, you can interrupt most of your spell animations, but only before they start. Once a spell animation has started, you are stuck casting until the animation has finished. You're committed, in other words.
Die quick! The Paragons could not have done better.
I'm not sure why they did that, design-wise, or even if that was a deliberate thing, design-wise.
There is no hope.
But, like, for example, I could get very well into casting something,
This will not end well.
and then, like, stop right before the spell goes off. And, you know, I'll demonstrate. See that? Now, you watching my mana? Because my mana's being spent by that. Like, I just emptied my mana doing nothing. So I don't think that was deliberate, because the moment you hit the button, you spend the mana, whether you're interrupted or not, which can cause some issues, of course, but there's also the fact that once you started the cast, you cannot interrupt your own cast, which causes some issues, which is what killed me. I just did it again. I just interrupted the transformation, because you have to do the whole animation. So that one's free. Where I was relative to where I am. Okay, alright. Combat is less turn-based. Damn it, I did it again. It's the same exact thing I did last time. Yes, you can animation cancel, but you still have the consequence of the attack or cast or whatever. It'll still spend the stamina, or the health for blood magic, or the mana. But yeah, if they wanted to let you animation cancel, I think they should have done the mana cost after the cast is finished. That's just my opinion. I'm just a gamer with an opinion. We'll be getting that spell later. I am curious exactly how turn-based this game is. As I feel like I've demonstrated several times, KOTOR was kind of turn-based, and Neverwinter Nights was definitely turn-based. And they've been kind of drifting away from that ever since. Mass Effect is probably their first game that's really not turn-based. I don't know if this game does have a combat log. I don't think so. I have no memory of one. I'm sorry, Blackbile. trying to remember the next spot it actually wants me to go to right now, so forgive me. Oh, you know what I mean, Javin. Neverwinter Nights 1 is done in 6-second cycles. AKA, effectively turn-based. See, this leads over here. How the hell did I get... Yeah, the fact that attack speed is a thing in Dragon Age Origins does definitely distinguish it from the turn-based or even pseudo-turn-based thing. There we go. Did I already? Might as well get this while I'm here, while I'm thinking about it. I'm not sure where to go next. I've got Flame, Spirit, and Mouse, but I don't know how to progress through the maze. And I need Gollum to continue in several of the other areas. Let's see if I missed anything here. Looks like a big fat no. Yeah, I've always mentally kept in mind the 6-second rule when it comes to turn-based stuff. It doesn't come up that often, but it comes up often enough that I just always kind of keep that in mind. That. So here's a boat. I'm not on it though, sorry guys. I've had that happen, Shaludo. Listen, you can have your bread and butter, Lord Harriman. I'll have mine. Black City. Oh, right, I did. You know, I just noticed something. Granted, I suck and I'm terrible, but I have yet to even reach any of my party members. Oh, hey, speaking of which, so we're going to use this on her immediately. Oh, nope. But considering Lyrium is Titan blood, I'm not sure they had any idea what they were thinking of when it came to it being in the Fade. Sorry, Java, that caught me. That's a good one. Lord knows I need these stat ups. Good God. I'm really underpowered here. So she's dead, which means we should be able to warp out a bit. There it is. Oh, I sincerely doubted Geludo. Damn, that didn't help. Alright, so let's go to Mage's Under. See what I missed here. So that's a golem door. I start left walling this a little bit. No, I'm pretty sure. So, considering so much of Dragon Age modern lore has been written by people who are not the original writers, I'm pretty sure that they were just kind of trying to make do with what they had, for good and for bad. Like, I sympathize, but at the same time. What? No, don't. God damn it.
This is a waste of time! Paragons, watch over.
Well, you should know that, Mr. Red. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask the ultimate sacrifice. No, I've never played Dragon Age before in my life. I've never even heard of this game. Or BioWare. Or Black Isle. Or RPGs, actually. Or video games. What's a video game? I'm sorry, how's my sarcasm doing? I've been trying to get better about it. I'm also really tired, so I'm probably doing a bad job. Hey, loot! That actually shouldn't exist. That's probably a bug. If video games, it's like watching TV. God damn it. It's like watching TV, but like you control the story. Oh yeah, I should have a monotone tone. You're in the action. Wouldn't that be like those old terrible DVD games? You remember those?
This is a waste of time!
I agree. Be on fire.
Paragons could not have done better.
Yes, I've played Dragon Age Origins before. Many, many, many times. But I have to admit, I usually don't do the fade. So I'm a little turned around. What? No, I'm not a dwarf mage. You're seeing things. So the good news is their spells affect them. So in case you saw that, what I just did there was actually very deliberate. So they put down a firestorm. And then I ran out and line of sighted, and they ran into their own firestorm. Namaste. And thank you very, very much, Venom. Very much appreciate the sub. Thank you, sir. If you happen to know where you want to put that one, please let me know. You rock, sir. Sure thing, Mr. Red. All you have to do is go to eBay, buy one, put it in, and pretend I'm there talking while it's happening. Well, that's good to know, I guess, Alex? No, Venom. Persona 5 Royal is already funded. So this should be Gollum, yep. Look at that. Favorite race in all of fiction? Can I count my own races, or is that cheating? Because if that's cheating, I accept that. I have to pick someone else's fiction. I still have an answer. But, no. And we made it. Gollum!
Thank you. It is time for this dream to come to an end. I give you my strength.
It will be of little use against the demon that rules here, but perhaps it will help if it knows. Find a way to kill all the demon lords to open the way to Sloth. Free us all from this nightmare!
Listen, it's not my fault that the ladies... AC Unity, that I can do. You got it. Thank you again, Venom, very, very much. So, I'm going to not count my own races. So, this is going to sound strange, but a lot of my favorite races are, because there's several, are unique to their specific setting. Like, I happen to be very fond of the Verindi from Asheron's Call. To use one example. Oh my god. I also like the Turians from Mass Effect. And the Asari from Mass Effect. No, not for that reason. I think they're a fascinating culture and kind of messed up when you sit back and think about it.
Enemies ahead. Of course. Very well.
I also actually like quite a few Azerothian races as well. Although it's hard to pick just one over there. I'd have to probably go with the Nerubians if I had to pick one from Azeroth.
Of course.
Favorite Horde race that isn't Forsaken? See, the problem is the answer's Trolls. But that's cheating, because the Trolls are the best race in Warcraft. Do I not? Let's say I have Golem Farm. What am I doing? I have Golem Farm. Kong, Kong, Kong. I mean, I guess I could fight beat guys as Golem. Behold my power! Honestly, I think Orcs are the best in Warhammer 40k, so I'm with that. Absolutely. See, the problem is, though, it's not the Dark Spear that I think are best, it's the Trolls. But, again, that's cheating. It's like saying, you know, what's your favorite nation in real life? And my answer is humans. Like, it's kind of bypassing the question, you know? There's a lot of different Trolls, and a lot of subclasses of Trolls, and a lot of, you know, variance and nuance, and other wonderful, amazing things with regards to Trolls. Because they're Trolls! I'm gonna do this. Do this. Nope, this. There we go. Then this. Fire doesn't hurt me. So, least favorite race in all of fiction? I know what Django's answer to that would be. Least favorite race in all of fiction that aren't the Dark Eldar. Let me think on that for a minute. Favorite troll faction? Zandalari. Specifically Zandalari Royalists, because there's 2 Zandalari factions. Technically 3. Let's not get into that.
Pay for that.
Honestly, I don't like Drow. I like the ideas of Drow, but I really hate the method by which they're utilized. For reasons we've discussed many times. stupid ones from Enterprise. Which ones? That doesn't narrow it down any. Sorry, Uthor. So I'm gonna need 35, looks like. Okay. So, yep, I want that for myself. The Bynarr! Oh, I hate the Bynarr. They're so dumb and stupid.
This will not end well.
The Tau? I mean, I wish they were more fun to play as, because they're very cool looking. Okay, so category. So, least favorite race in World of Warcraft. Give me a sec to think on that.
It will be done.
Alright, let's do this. Least favorite race in WoW. Any race, Shikor. Any race. If we have to pick per faction, that's a completely different question. Centaur? I can see that. Centaur was certainly built up and then just kind of completely friggin' abandoned.
As you say.
So I can see that. Game. Sorry, he's really making me think about this, so give me a second. Sorry, I'm playing the entirety of WoW in my head. Just give me a minute. I'm torn between the Tonka and the Wolvar. So the Tonka are from Pandaria, for those of you who don't remember. We're the Taurans, but we're actually, Mongols. And the Wolvar are the jackasses in the basin. I can't remember the name of it. In the northwest quadrant of Northrend. Excuse me, Yongle. Sorry, Yongle. My bad, getting them mixed up here. So the Yongle from Pandaria, who are jackasses, and the Wolvar from Northrend, who are jackasses in Shalazar Basin. Thank you. So those two are probably tied for my least favorite races in World of Warcraft, or Warcraft in general. Then the Tonka, because they didn't do anything with them. Where's my Tonka Horde? You had a whole quest arc about them joining the Horde, and we haven't heard from them or seen them since. Come on, game. Yeah, they should have been in Legion. They've been fighting the Rubians. Well, tell them to get off their lazy arses. Work for a living. Death Tonka. I mean, it's worth noting, I'm actually planning to get that spell in my actual build here, so that should be fun. The one I keep in Crushing Prison. The only downside of Crushing Prison is it's a minute cooldown, which is, you know, problematic. But that is very good to take one thing out of combat and basically kill it. It's like, you over there, die. Hey, we can finally go help someone. Oh, nope, no, we still can't. Damn it. Whatever, we have all the forms. Least favorite rice. That really long grain kind of, I don't know, reedy rice, which I can't think. It's not actually long grain rice, it's just a form of long grain rice. Yes, yes it is, Lord Harriman, my god. Is it Basmati? That sounds accurate, but I don't have a picture in front of me, so I'm not willing to attest to that. Hello. Let's switch over here for this. No. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and pause for this. Move. Then we're gonna switch to this. This. I'm gonna go this form. I'm gonna run. Whatever it was, it didn't actually taste or feel like rice, which was part of the problem I had with it. Oops. No, that's okay. That's okay. No. Ah, damn it. Oh, that might have just killed me. That might have just killed me.
It will be done.
Pop a potion here. God damn it, god damn it! Ah! Okay, it still says we're live, so whatever. It'll probably reconnect at some point in the future. Okay. I mean, can anyone hear me right now? Because, like, yeah, I've seen nothing that says I went not live. I should look up Basmati and see if that's what I'm talking about. Basmati rice. No, that's not it. That's not it. There we go. What are the types of rice? No, give me the... Must destroy. According to this, it's Camargue? I'm probably pronouncing that incredibly wrong. Red rice. Whatever the heck that is. But that looks a lot like what I don't care for rice-wise. So I'm going to go ahead and toss my thoughts out now because I'm thinking it out loud. I'm thinking a positive to story for the Mage Tower, a positive to gameplay for ideas, forms, and, you know, structure of this whole system, and a negative to gameplay for the Fade. What do you guys think?
As you say.
If I could continue to talk my thoughts out loud here for a second. The Fade is actually pretty decent once we get to the point where we have all four abilities. I think that's probably one of the biggest flaws of the Fade, and this goes back to what a lot of you guys were talking about, tedium. Several people mentioned the tedium of the Fade, and several people mentioned, you know, the backtracking and how arduous it is to go through it and blah, blah, blah. I think if you just entered the Fade and talked to Neil, and he was like, here! And then you have that little intro area, right? And as you're going through the intro area, you get all the 4 abilities. Then you go through the rest of the dungeon. I think that would smooth out the pacing of it substantially. My ignorant opinion there.
As you say.
So, let's go rescue someone, finally. Ah, Wynne. Hang on. I need a different song for Wynne. Let's see, what's a good song for Wynne?
Maker, forgive me. I failed them all. They died and I did not stop it.
What's all this?
Death. Can you not see it? It's all around us.
I can see it, I just can't believe it.
Why was I spared? If not to help them, what use is my life? Now that I have failed in the task that was given me, leave me to my grief. I shall bury their bones, scatter their ashes to the 4 winds, and mourn their passing till I too am dead.
Wynne, no.
Your blatant disregard for the souls of the dead strikes me as being utterly inappropriate.
Wynne. Think about what you're doing here and why. They're not dead. This is a trick.
I do not know what you were trying to tell me. Why must you make this more painful? And where were you when this happened? I trusted you as an ally, and you were nowhere to be found.
Okay, look at me. Focus on me. I'm the only thing that's real here.
I do not know what this will accomplish, but I will do this if it will satisfy you. It is difficult to focus. It feels as though something is stopping me from concentrating. I've never had so much trouble. Perhaps some time away from this place will help me think clearly.
That sounds like a good idea.
Don't leave us, Wynne. We don't want to be alone.
Holy Maker, stay away, foul creature.
You have to defeat them to leave.
Stay, Wynne. Sleep soundly in the comforting embrace of the earth. Do not fight it. You belong here with us.
No, not yet. My task is not yet done. It is not time yet.
Come away to your rest.
Ah. Poor Wynne. She does finally get to rest. Right before Inquisition.
Is it over? Thank the Maker for you. Wait, what's happening? Where are you going?
So, Wynne rescued. Yeah, this is probably the best shot of the Black City we get in the whole game right here, by the way. Anywho, it makes perfect sense to me that Wynne simultaneously falls for it, but can break herself out with just a little bit of a push. Because, duh, right? Alright, so let's go finish the Templars now. But we have everything we need now, so we should be able to move through this at this point. Honestly, no, Joven. Like, I'd love to sit here and be like, so you see, Joven, here's how this works. Here's this in-depth lore explanation for all your questions. But no, the reason we get through this is because we're the main character. And we are assumed to have the willpower of the gods. Whoop. Hang on. Let's go back to our other playlist. Sorry. Now that we're done with that scene. Yeah, Sten and Morrigan are both like, yeah, no. Which makes perfect sense in both cases. Alistair falls for it immediately and completely, which, again, makes perfect sense. I would like to think that Alistair has several positive qualities, but willpower is not one of them. I've never brought a Mabari here. So I'm going to go ahead and be honest. I have no idea how a Mabari reacts to this. Ah! Fireball! I would never abandon you, Barkamond. Even though you're not called that in this reality. Still would never abandon you. Because Sten is a severe pragmatist who is also a true believer, Lord Harriman. He's got two things going in his favor. I agree, Takoida. One of these days I actually want to play through this game with that mod. Just to, you know, always have him there. See how it changes the playstyle. This is actually really bad. Yep, nope, that's bad. Frickin' arcane horrors. No, Javan. Well, there's Sten in Breath of Fire 2, who's worthless and terrible. And then there's Sten in this game, who's, well, he's one with the Qun. I think that's all you need to know about it.
Will be done.
Welcome to hell, Saldi. Up, up, up. Can I help you? Fire. Are you guys immune to fire? Nope! Follow me through the flames, my minions. Follow me, and you shall be purified. And you're all dead. Or sorry, Breath of Fire 2, not Dragon Age 2. Sorry, sorry. Oh, don't hit me. Yes, join me in the flames. In the flames.
Catch me if you can. I know you want it.
What? Really?
The game isn't over, mortal.
Well, yeah. I have to set you on fire first. No, don't hurt me. You're too strong for me. So anyways, so I started blasting. Yeah, this is an excellent song for the Fade right here. Go ahead and finish this one off before we go grab the last two. Well, she was sexy, Tazara, and we all know that I have a tremendous aversion to all things sexy, so... Love that attack. At least when I'm using it. Don't like it as much when they're using it, but you know. But yeah, that's why I had to rip out Bragwin's heart. What demon would I be most vulnerable to? Pride. I don't even have to think about that. What is memory leak? It's when the memory of the game, that, as in the literal way that it's processing and storing information, doesn't get properly cleaned up, is the simplest way I could put that, I think. And what that means is, bit by bit, the game is trying to keep more and more and more and more things all active in memory all at the same time. Which means the game starts to slow and slow and slow down to a crawl. It's very irritating. Oh, I'm out of mana. Oh, that's awful timing! Use the health. Oh, jeez, I was almost dead. Yes, I can absolutely imagine that, Lord Harrimont. It'd be an interesting counter to playing a mage, wouldn't it? Now we're playing as Shale. At least the spell went off. Demon, Darkspawn. What's the difference? What? Ah, he actually reached me. That's bad. Ah, got him. Okay, we're okay. It was extremely close. She does not, Javan. They were having issues with her collision not working right with the doors, so they shaved her down. They even make a reference to it in game. So let's go save Alistair or Morrigan. That's Morrigan. No, that's Alistair. This is, yeah. What's funny is I almost always do the tower before I do most of their player quests. So there's a lot of player quest, companion quest hinting and character building that happens during this section. Hang on, I actually have the perfect song for this section. Give me just a moment.
Hey, it's great to see you again. I was just thinking about you. Isn't that a marvelous coincidence? This is my sister, Goldana. These are her children, and there's more about somewhere. We're one big happy family, at long last.
You seem really content.
I am. I'm happier than I've been my entire life. Isn't that strange? I thought being a Grey Warden would make me happy, but it didn't. This does.
I'm overjoyed to have my little brother back. I'll never let him out of my sight again.
Can I borrow him for a second? We have business elsewhere.
I don't think I'll be coming. I don't want to spend my life fighting, only to end up dead in a pit along with rotting Darkspawn corpses.
Well, Alistair, is your friend staying for supper?
Say you'll stay. Goldana's a great cook. Maybe she'll make her mince pie. You can, can't you?
Of course, dear brother. Anything for you.
I mean, I can't stay, and you shouldn't either, Alistair.
You're acting really strangely.
Think about this and how you got here. Think carefully.
All right, if it makes you happy. It's a little fuzzy. That's strange.
Alistair, come and have some tea.
No. Wait. I remember a tower. circle. It was under attack. There were demons. That's all I really remember.
The sloth demon, do you remember that?
Are you saying this is a dream? But it's so real.
Of course it's real. Now wash up before supper and I...
Something doesn't feel quite right here. I think I have to go.
She isn't really your sister, Alistair.
She is, but she isn't.
No, he is ours, and I'd rather see him dead than free.
Now that's his sister, right there. As we'll discover later. Yes, as with a typical Legion demon, behold, you have discovered my evil nature.
Goldana? I can't believe it. How did I not see this earlier? Yes, well, try not to tell everyone how easily fooled I was. Are we going now? Wait, where are you going? What's happening to me? Hey!
One thing I do like about this is it's very clearly, yes, Meadfist. She's not actually his sister. His real mother is the elf woman. Anyways, one of the things I really love about... Spoilers, sorry. That's not revealed until, like, the book. But anyways, one of the things I like about this doesn't look like a house or a cottage in the woods, but they think it does. And I don't know, I love the disparity there, that we see something closer to what's actually happening, and we get the implications through what they say of what they're seeing. I like that. Neat little touch. So let's go get Morrigan, shall we? Alright, so here's Morrigan being Platty. Let's get an appropriate song for Morrigan. Hang on, what would be a good song for Morrigan? No? Okay, fine. Hang on. Alright.
Away with you. I shall have no more of your pestering.
I am your mother. Do you not love me?
You are as much my mother as my little finger right here is the Queen of Ferelden. I know you, Fade Spirit. You cannot fool me.
Are you more clever than your own dear mother? Surely such pride must be punished. There! That is for not showing respect.
That is far more like it, but it is too little too late, Spirit. 'Tis you at last. Come and rid me of this vexatious spirit. I weary of being prodded.
You know?
'Tis not plain to see? We are in the Fade, and this is a Fade spirit, and not my mother, despite its constant assertions.
She doesn't even acknowledge her own mother. My heart, it breaks.
Oh, slay it, and quickly. Even the true Flemeth was never as annoying as this.
Okay. Well, fortunately, I can turn into a spirit too, and mine is way stronger than yours. I'm gonna punch you to death while you're rooted and being killed.
'Tis about time. That was most... Wait. What is this? No, not this again. I refuse.
It does make sense that the mages would be more cognizant of the Fade than the others. Which would help to explain why Wynne can be pushed out of this, and Morrigan pretty much immediately knows where she is. And Morrigan being as pragmatic and... No, I'm going to stick with that. Pragmatic as she is makes perfect sense. So, we'll go ahead and stop playing good music, and we'll go ahead and turn the game music back on. Oh, it's actually on. Oh, whatever.
Very well.
You could tell because you could hear that. Oh, I know. If you could keep the extra short forms outside of the Fade, maybe it's like a cooldown, that would have made this work a lot better. But now we got a boss fight. Now, this boss fight can suck on Nightmare, because it feels like what they wanted you to do is they wanted you to use your forms to fight him, but well, most of those forms have no form of healing.
What do we have here? A rebellious minion? An escaped slave? My, but you do have some gall. But playtime is over. You all have to go back now.
Oh, here I am. And there you are. You just disappeared. Well, no matter.
You made a dangerous enemy, demon, by toying with my mind.
You will not hold us, demon. We found each other in this place, and you cannot stand against us.
We?
If you go back quietly, I'll do better this time. I'll make you much happier.
You have nothing to offer me.
I made you happy and safe. I gave you peace. I did my best for you, and you say you want to leave? Can't you think about someone other than yourself? I'm hurt. So very, very hurt.
Yeah. So first and foremost, you just said you'll do better next time, and then you said you did your best, and you're also a sloth demon, so first of all, screw you. Second of all, die?
You wish to battle me? So be it. You will learn to bow to your betters, mortal.
So yeah, in my opinion, this is actually a harder fight than the actual boss fight of the Mage Tower, which we're not at yet. Start off with that, then we're gonna do this, then we're gonna do this. And then he's gonna die. Maybe. Get up, get up, get up, get up! God! God, his stuns. You see why this guy can wreck? Yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. Which is arguably good design, but it does make the fight a little more anticlimactic.
Your greatest nightmare.
Get up. Die. Sorry. Sorry. Hey, guess what's off cooldown? Oh, he resisted. Holy crap. Now it's time to start using some of that lyrium. Holy crap.
I cannot cast it. I cannot cast it.
I am your death. Run while you can.
All right, let's go.
Face me.
I will test my luck. Now we go into the... This is annoying.
Now we get our hands dirty.
Yeah, we should be fine.
You defeated the demon. I never thought I never expected you to free yourself. To free us both. When you return, take the litany of Adralla from my body. It will protect you from the worst of the blood magic.
Aren't you coming back?
I cannot go with you. I have been here far too long. For you, it will have been an afternoon's nap. Your body won't have wasted away in the real world while your spirit lays in the hands of the demon. Every minute I was here, the sloth demon was feeding off of me, using my life to fuel the nightmares of this realm. There is so little of me left. I was never meant to save the Circle or survive its troubles. I am dying. It is as simple as that.
It's okay, we have healing magic.
Thank you, but it is too late for me.
Dude.
I do not fear what may come. They say we return to the Maker in death. And that isn't such a terrible thing. My only regret is that I could not save the Circle. But you can. Take the litany off my body when you return. It is important.
I know some blood mages who would disagree with that, Lord Harrowmont.
I'm not a hero. Perhaps trying to be one was foolish.
Ordinary people can do good things when they try.
Dark times, greater acts of heroism, eh? You may be right. Before I was taken to the Circle, my mother said I was meant for greatness. That I would be more than my ancestors could have ever dreamed. I hope I haven't disappointed her.
I love how much of an ass you can be in this game. God, like, I'm never going to do that. I can never bring myself to be as much of an unmitigated dick as you can be in this game. But, wow.
It is time for us both to be on our way. Remember the litany of Adrala. The Circle is all that matters now. Thank you, and goodbye, friend.
Yeah, that's Liam O'Brien. He actually plays a lot of characters in this game. Usually, you know, 1 or 2 off NPCs. Hey, we're back. Hey, there's the litany. And yeah, we'll just leave that on the number 3 key. Hey, there's the sloth demon who is now dead. Oh, well, that was a good nap. Let's go and get a save. I'm pretty sure the first time I played this, I forgot the litany too. And was like, how am I supposed to use the litany? And I couldn't find it in my inventory, and there was no spell. I just sort of assumed there would be some kind of automatic thing, and there wasn't. And then Tizara donated $50, and then I brutally massacred him. It was pretty cool. But, I have to admit, I'd kind of preferred, you know, to not have that happen. Yes. Actually, no, I take that back. I'll give that to Win. All the mana regen stuff goes on her. Thank you, Tizara. Ah, thank you very, very, very much, sir. Very much appreciate, as ever and always, sir. Thank you. And I will put that towards killing Disco Inferno immediately. Thank you. I can tell I'm tired when all I can talk about is killing my own viewers. I'm not evil. I'm just tired.
As you say.
Hey, ding. We're almost back to the level we were when we started the Mage Tower. So we're going to go ahead and get Flame Sword. Which we'll not be using in the upcoming.
What do you need?
I need you to get out of my way. Thank you.
It will be done.
Dragonlings? Who? So any objections to plus minus? Or positive negative if you prefer? Because otherwise, I mean, we're done with the Fade. I have judged it, and I have come up with my opinion on it. My horrible, awful, nobody agrees with me opinion. The science department was having fun. They were trying to figure out how to get dragon scale. Unfortunately, we don't get dragon scales from those. Sadness. Meanwhile, Console Hot is sweep the leg. No mercy. No mercy. Oh, speaking of which, we're going to go ahead and turn that back on, now that we don't have to worry about that for the immediate time. So this is what it looks like with that on. You can kind of see the lighting and coloring differences immediately. Add some bloom, add some saturation, or removes some saturation. No, add saturation. I'm right. What's worse, the deep... See, I remember the deep road's worse. But I have to admit, at least part of that is because you can't skip the deep roads. There's no skip the deep roads mod, right? So that's probably at least part of why I think that. Because I have to go through the deep roads every time I replay this game. Whereas I usually skip the fade. That's true, Dakota. That's entirely valid. Yeah, just walk into the deep roads. Okay, I've cast Thanos. So. Where's my negatives? There's my negatives. Sorry, I wanted to type all that up in full. I really wanted to make absolutely sure that I got across my opinion of why I'm giving the fade a negative. Funnily enough, I imagine most people, if I said, I want to give a negative to the fade, they'd say, okay. Or, why are you only giving one? Would probably be what would be said there. But, yeah. I like to be thorough when I can. Not always, but sometimes. Okay. Let's finish this damn tower. I was hoping to get more than just the tower done today, but I forgot how long the fade is. So here we are. Is this better than Baldur's Gate? Well, that's an interesting question. The first and most obvious answer is yes, by a gargantuan margin. But then I realized that I haven't played Baldur's Gate in many, many years, so I can't actually fairly make that judgment.
Down you go!
Yes.
So I suppose that's up to your opinion. Is this worse than Baldur's Gate 3? Probably. Since Baldur's Gate 3 is not it's not much of a game right now, you know. It's got some issues. Let's go ahead and switch this to what do you have right now? You have weird spells. Awful spells. I might need to respec her. No, Baldur's Gate 3 isn't out and probably won't be out for another year or two. No, let's just deactivate that one for right now. Honestly, there's two big things I remember not liking about Baldur's Gate 2. And I am specifically saying Baldur's Gate 2 because I basically don't remember Baldur's Gate 1. The first thing I remember not liking is the interface and everything about it. And the second thing I remember not liking about it is the fact that it's 2nd edition. Make of that what you will. But yeah, it's been a long time since I played it. And I never actually got into the port that came out a couple years ago, because it's a port. So I just looked at that like, okay, and walked away from it because I had no interest in it. Like, I was down for a remake.
This trick again? I know what you are.
Hi, Cullen.
It won't work. I will stay strong.
Would you believe Cullen is in all 3 Dragon Age games?
Only too well. Ugh, how far they must have delved into my thoughts.
The boy is exhausted. And this cage, I've never seen anything like it. Rest easy. Help is here.
Ugh, enough visions. If anything in you is human, kill me now and stop this game. You broke the others, but I will stay strong for my sake. For theirs. Filthy blood mages getting in my head. I will not break. I'd rather die.
I like him alright in 2. He grows a bit in 2. And I actually like him quite a lot in Inquisition 3. But I have to admit, I wanted to smack him in 1. So where are the other survivors?
What others? What are you talking about?
Irving and the other mages who fought Aldred. Where are they?
They are in the harrowing chamber. The sounds coming up from there. Oh, Maker.
We must hurry. They are in grave danger, I am sure of it.
You can't save them! You don't know what they've become.
And you do?
They've been surrounded by blood mages whose wicked fingers snake into your mind and corrupt your thoughts.
His hatred of mages is so intense. The memory of his friends' deaths is still fresh in his mind.
You have to end it now, before it's too late.
So we can actually end up killing Wynne right here, if we take a certain path in this conversation, and Wynne turns on us. So, you know, that's neat. So, hey, Cullen. No.
Are you really saving anyone by taking this risk? To ensure this horror is ended, to guarantee that no abominations or blood mages live, you must kill everyone up there.
Yeah, I'd rather... What's that old, wonderful, beautiful saying? I'd rather see 1,000 guilty men go free than to condemn an innocent man.
Thank you. I knew you would make a rational decision.
Rational? How is this rational? Do you understand the danger?
I know full well the dangers of magic, but killing innocents because they might be Maleficarum is not justice. I know you are angry.
You know nothing! I am thinking about the future of the Circle, of Ferelden!
Yeah, no.
I am just willing to see the painful truth, which you are content to ignore. But what can I do? As you can see, I am in no position to directly influence your actions, though I would love to deal with the mages myself.
I was gonna say, I know a lot of people remember that, Shikor. including me, obviously. Even Sierra Mike recognized the quote.
My cage is Uldred's doing, or one of his mages. Once they're dead, I will be free.
I think that it does apply here because of what he is implying, Estus Flix. I mean, you're right, it doesn't literally apply, because this is a far more dangerous situation than simple guilt, or, you know, jumping into a burning building, or whatever. But the problem is Cullen is trying to apply it in that exact mentality. See, Cullen thinks it would be better to let 10 innocent men burn than to let one guilty man go free, which is the inverse of the previous philosophy. And that's what he's espousing, which I really disagree with. And let's be honest, that's kind of how the Templars work, isn't it?
No one ever listens. Not until it's far too late. Maker turn his gaze on you. I hope your compassion hasn't doomed us all.
You notice the gore factor's really getting ridiculous. So, Uldred is an idiot. What he's been doing is literally torturing people into submission. That's what he's doing here, by the way. Because you have to willingly allow a demon to possess you. They can't force the issue.
Do you accept the gift that I offer?
So in order to spare themselves from torture, they finally willingly accept a demon possessing them, at which point they become an abomination. Which looks like that. And is exactly as horrible as it sounds. Hi.
Ah, look what we have here. I remember you. Irving's star pupil.
Fair, Lord
I
Aramont.
didn't think much of you then, and I certainly don't see your appeal now.
I stand by my... Yeah, no thank you, Mr. Red. I stand by my headcanon. I think what happened is Uldred and the Pride Demon didn't have a proper connection. It didn't mesh properly. So what we have is an idiot who is literally wrong. So, I think I'll just kill you, if that's alright with you.
Fight, if you must. It will just make my victory all the sweeter.
Don't forget the litany. It will thwart Uldred's attempts to control the mages and win this fight for us.
Yeah, thanks for that. So, let's go ahead and do this. First time we actually see the Pride Demon in game properly. I would, but it's on cooldown. Give me a sec. There we go. Yeah. Forgive me for cutting off his stupid dialogue. Like, there's this great bit where you can be like, alright, go ahead, I'm willing to listen. And then he starts his speech with, a mage is just a larval form of something greater. And it's like, oh, okay, you, I'm gonna cut you off right there. And, because you're a moron. And evil and crazy, and you know how it is.
This will not end well.
Damn, boy. And then the hostages die. What?
Of course.
So he drops unique loot, which is plus fire damage, and we do plan to do fire damage, so...
Maker, I'm too old for this.
Irving, are you all right?
I've been better. But I am thankful to be alive. I suppose that is your doing, isn't it, Wynne?
I wasn't alone. I had help.
I was surprised to see you standing there, but I am glad you have returned. The Circle owes both of you a debt we will never be able to repay.
Well, you know.
The Templars await. We shall let them know that the tower is once again ours.
Alright, let's do it.
I'll need you to guide me down the stairs. Ugh, curse whoever insisted the Circle be housed in a tower.
It keeps us all in shape.
Irving? Maker's breath. I did not expect to see you alive.
It is over, Gregor. Uldred is dead.
Uldred tortured these mages, hoping to break their wills and turn them into abominations. We don't know how many of them have turned.
What? Don't be ridiculous.
Of course he'll say that. He might be a blood mage. Don't you know what they did? I won't let this happen again.
I am the Knight Commander here, not you.
Seriously, Cullen.
We have won back the tower. I will accept Irving's assurance that all is well.
But they may have demons within them, lying dormant, lying in wait.
Doesn't work that way.
I have already made my decision.
Thankfully.
Thank you. You have proven yourself a friend of both the Circle and the Templars.
So... Darkspawn?
I promised you aid, but with the Circle restored, my duty is to watch the mages. They are free to help you, however. Speak to them.
Right. What will the Templars do?
For now, I will have to oversee a sweep of the tower. There may be some survivors, and we should do our best to tend to them. Please excuse me. And Irving, it is good to have you back.
I'm sure we'll be at each other's throats again in no time.
Absolutely, Lord Harrowmont. It's even funnier if you happen to do this while you are currently a blood mage, which it is relatively easy to do. So, how's he at? Hang on. He looks... Damn it, Taito. Alright, we're gonna save.
Here we are, the tower in disarray, the Circle nearly annihilated. Oh, it could have been much, much worse. I am glad you arrived when you did. It's almost as though the Maker himself sent you.
Aren't there like 5 ways to learn blood magic? In gameplay, I mean. I'm trying to remember, because you can get it from the Connor demon, the Desire demon. You can get it from the guy who has the slaves, I think, in the Denerim, in the Alienage. You can get it from the DLC Keep. And... oh, God. I don't remember if you can get it from the Desire Demon here. Anyways, whatever. I'm glad I could help, Irving.
From what Gregor said, it seems that you came here seeking allies. The least we can do is help you against the Darkspawn. I would hate to survive this, only to be overcome by the Blight.
So I have your word?
You have my word. As first enchanter, the Circle will join the Grey Wardens in the fight.
Irving, I have a request. I seek leave to follow the Grey Warden.
When we need you here, the Circle needs you.
I appreciate the sentiment, Irving. But the Circle will do fine without me. The Circle has you. This man is brave and good, and capable of great things. If he will accept my help, I will help him accomplish his goals.
Yeah. My mega healer.
Never one to stay in the tower when there was adventure to be had elsewhere.
Why stay when I can be of service elsewhere?
Then I give you leave to follow the Grey Warden, but know that you always have a place here. There is much to be done here, and I must go. You must forgive me for not being a proper host.
Goodbye for now.
When the time comes, we will stand beside you.
Anywho. Onwards and outwards. Next, we're going to be hitting Redcliffe. My usual next. But first...
I bring word, sire. There are demands from the Banorn that you step down from the Regency. They are said to be gathering their forces, as are your allies. It appears it will be civil war after all, despite the Darkspawn. Pity. I also have an interesting report. There seem to be Grey Wardens who survived Ostagar. How, I don't know. But they will act against you. I have arranged for a solution, with your leave.
The Antivan Crows send their regards. An assassin?
Against Grey Wardens, we will need the very best, sire.
And the most expensive.
Just get it done.
Another excellent scene. Yeah, you notice Loghain is getting a lot more drinking, and he's getting worse, for lack of a better way to put that. You'll also notice that, as I've mentioned before, the one actually calling most of the shots that have to do with us is actually Rendon Howe, and Loghain's just putting a stamp on it. Not that that exonerates him from guilt, it just... well... it's an interesting perspective.
A fellow traveler of the fair lands. Are you a seeker, perchance? My packs are light, but I have a tome of strange origin. The Deus V Eternus, rumored to be the last message to a sinful world from the Maker himself.
Did you sell a few copies in the Circle Tower?
Ah, will the wonders of this all-too-small a land never cease? Well, they will for you. Get them! Roar!
That's not the stupidest thing you could have done here, but it's definitely up there.
Now we get our hands on that.
At least you thought to put the mage on higher ground before you decided to attack me. Idiot. I suppose that's fair, Lord Harriman, but I'll never forget one of my favorite quotes in all of RPGdom. I believe it's from Zevran. And people attack you. Willingly. No, I think it's not Zevran. I'm confusing it with someone else. Someone says that in this game. I mean, considering they're orcs, Mr. Red, absolutely. See, they're orcs, and that makes them evil, because they're bad guys.
Look, can we talk for a moment? I need to tell you something. I should probably have told you earlier.
Yeah, sure, what's up?
Well, let's see. How do I tell you this? We're almost at Redcliffe. Did I say how I know Arl Eamon, exactly?
Yeah, he raised you.
I'm a bastard. My mother was a serving girl at Redcliffe Castle, and she died when I was born. Arl Eamon took me in and raised me before I was sent to the Chantry. The reason he did that was because, well, because my father was King Marek, which made Cailan my half-brother, I suppose.
So you're the heir to the throne.
Maker's breath, I hope not. I don't think so. You don't think so, do you? I'm a bastard. And nobody even knows about me. I would have told you, but it never really meant anything to me. I was inconvenient, a possible threat to Cailan's rule, and so they kept me secret. I'd never talked about it to anyone. Everyone who knew either resented me for it or they coddled me. Even Duncan kept me out of the fighting because of it. I didn't want you to know as long as possible. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's cool. Does Loghain know?
Why wouldn't he? He was King Marek's best friend. I don't know if that means anything, though. I certainly never considered the idea that it might ever be important. Arl Eamon eventually married a young woman from Orlais, despite all the problems it caused with the king so soon after the war. He loved her a great deal. Anyway, the new Arlessa resented the rumors which pegged me as the Arl's bastard. They weren't true, but of course they existed. The Arl didn't care, but she did. So off I was packed to the nearest monastery at age 10. Just as well. The Arlessa made sure the castle wasn't a home to me by that point. She despised me.
I'm sorry.
Maybe. She felt threatened by my presence. I can see that now. I can't say I blame her. She wondered if the rumors were true herself, I bet. I remember I had an amulet with Andraste's holy symbol on it. The only thing I had of my mother's. I was so furious at being sent away, I tore it off and threw it at the wall, and it shattered. Stupid, stupid thing to do. The Owl came by the monastery a few times to see how I was, but I was stubborn. I hated it there and blamed him for everything. And eventually he just stopped coming.
I mean, you were young.
And raised by dogs. Or I may as well have been, the way I acted. But maybe all young bastards act like that, I don't know. All I know is that the Arl is a good man and well-loved by the people. He also was King Cailan's uncle, so he has a personal motivation to see Loghain pay for what he did. So there you have it. Now can we move on? And I'll just pretend you still think I'm some nobody who was too lucky to die with the rest of the Grey Wardens.
As you command, my prince.
Oh, lovely. I'm going to regret this. Somehow I just know it.
Don't worry, you'll love being king. I will torture you for the rest of your life, Alistair, by forcing you to be king.
I thought I saw travelers coming down the road, though I scarcely believed it. Have you come to help us?
Yeah. I need to see Arl Eamon. Held up, hang on. I'm sorry. What's going on?
So you don't know? Has nobody out there heard?
No. Okay, no one deserves that, Lord Harrowmont. I would not do that to Hitler. I would never force Alistair to marry Honora. God, that's just... Ugh, what the hell, man? We were talking about Karens? Or how about just a straight-up shrew at that point? Anyways, so there's a civil war going on, apparently, that just started.
We heard news about the king and all the fighting. That was before everything started here. We're under attack. Monsters come out of the castle every night and attack us until dawn. Everyone's been fighting and dying.
Apparently everyone seems to agree that a blight is the perfect time to start killing each other. Marvelous, really.
We've no army to defend us. No Arl and no king to send us help. So many are dead. And those left are terrified they're next.
Hold on, what is this evil that's attacking you?
I don't rightly know. I'm sorry, nobody does. I should take you to Ban Tegan. He's all that's holding us together. He'll want to see you.
Ban Tegan, Arl Eamon's brother. He's here.
Yes. It's not far, if you'll come with me.
Well, see, Honora has several things I dislike. She's a consummate politician. Not a good one, but a bad politician. A consummate politician. She betrays me, which I never take betrayal particularly well. And she has no positive traits to offset the previous two factors. Loghain, to use a contrast, even though he does betray us, is a very fleshed out, well-developed character with an amazing actor, which helps flesh him out and make him better, you know?
Thomas, yes? And who are these people with you? They are obviously not simple travelers.
No, my lord. They just arrived, and I thought you would want to see them.
Well done, Thomas. Greetings, friends. My name is Tegan, Ban of Reynisphere, brother to the Arl.
I remember you, Ban Tegan, though the last time we met, I was a lot younger and covered in mud.
Covered in mud? Alistair? It is you, isn't it? You're alive! This is wonderful news!
Still alive, yes. Though not for long if Tern Loghain has anything to say about it.
Indeed. Loghain would have us believe all Grey Wardens died along with my nephew, amongst other things.
So, you don't believe the Marquis's lies?
What, that he pulled his men in order to save them? That Cailan risked everything in the name of glory? Hardly. Loghain calls the Grey Wardens traitors, murderers of the king. I don't believe it. It is an act of a desperate man. So you are a Grey Warden as well. A pleasure to meet you. I wish it were under better circumstances. You're here to see my brother. Unfortunately, that might be a problem. Eamon is gravely ill. No one has heard from the castle in days. No guards patrol the walls, and no one has responded to my shouts. The attack started a few nights ago. Evil things surged from the castle. We drove them back, but many perished during the assault.
Well, I also think Anora is very different than Balin, for a very important reason I'll get to later. Oh yeah, and it's funny, Cailan really did do a really stupid, dumb thing for glory. It's just, you know... Anyways, I'll help you.
How pointless to help these villagers fight an impossible battle. One would think we had enough to contend with elsewhere.
Thank you. Thank you. This means more to me than you can guess. Thomas, please tell Murdoch what transpired. Then return to your post.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, there is much to do before night falls. I put 2 men in charge of the defense outside. Murdoch, the village mayor, is outside the chantry. Sir Perth, one of Eamon's knights, is just up the cliff at the windmill, watching the castle. You may discuss with them the preparations for the coming battle. Very well. Luck be with you, my friend.
Morrigan disapproves. Yeah, we're just going to see a lot of that.
Let us pray.
Like, basically non-stop.
I'm scared, Mother. When are the bad men coming?
Soon, darling. Don't worry. Everything will be all right.
I want to go home. Where's Father? Why can't we go home?
I already told you. Father is outside defending the village from the bad men. We must stay here and be brave. Can you do that?
I guess so.
I'm so scared. Sorry. Father. Am I bothering you? What are we going to do? I'll try to be more quiet.
Tegan. So, okay. I don't know if I could call it complete character assassination, but I will say that whoever wrote him was obviously a different writer than who wrote him last time, which, I mean, makes sense. Inquisition was written by different people. But more to the point, I feel like the Tegan thing in Inquisition can be explained away, but I do think they could have done a better job with it regardless. It's one of those things, right? We can fill in the gaps, because there's gaps where that can be filled. He's older, he's had to be an Arl, he's got a lot of other crap on his mind, he has no idea who you are, and frankly, you're kind of an obstacle to him rather than someone he has to deal with, you know, that he gives a damn about. But I do still think he could have been portrayed a different way, because, let's be honest with ourselves, no matter how he's supposed to be thinking about the player, the truth is he is also interacting, or excuse me, no matter how he interacts with the character, the fact is he still obviously gives a damn about the player. Damn it, I'm saying my things wrong because I'm trying to clean up my thing here. Please forgive me. God, I can't talk straight. When you're designing fiction, you need to keep in mind your audience in addition to the in-universe perspective. And it seems like they tried to just make Ban Tegan a jackass because they felt like it made sense in-universe without regards to how that would feel to the actual out-of-universe players who are familiar with Ban Tegan. And Tegan was actually a relatively liked character. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. Why are you crying?
Those things dragged my mother away. I don't know what happened to her, but I hear her screaming all the time. Everywhere. And now my brother Bevan, he ran off. I don't know where he is. I'm so scared they got him too.
Ah, it'll be fine.
You will? Thank you so much. Please find him.
Silence, girl. Do you want the children to hear you?
But night is coming. The monsters will return and we sit here and wait for them.
We have no choice. We must pray and hope for the Maker's compassion.
I just hope everything will be all right. So many have already died.
Yeah. Let me check something here. Yeah, I thought so. Sorry, Morgan.
Blast and damnation. Indeed.
Well, you see, Killer Bean, I am the Maker. And you have drifted far from my will. Note, the aforementioned sentence is not true. Fine, whatever.
These people don't deserve what has happened to them. We must get to the bottom of this.
Tear on, Javin.
You know, we don't have the men we need. And their numbers just keep growing each night.
Well, sure, they take the dead and they, you know...
I don't want to think about that.
This is a good time to mention that if we bow out of here, this town gets smashed.
Tell them to maintain watch. I don't want a surprise attack before the sun goes down.
Yes, sir. What should we do until then?
Pray, and hope for a miracle. So you're the Grey Warden, are you? I heard they all died with the king.
Yeah, you heard wrong. Are you sure you didn't hear we killed the king?
Could be that I did. We aren't gonna turn aside anyone who wants to help, though. Don't take me for being an ingrate or nothing.
Well, we do want to help however we can. You can trust us.
Name's Murdoch, mayor of what's left of the village, providing we aren't all killed and hauled off to the castle tonight.
Have faith. We'll defeat this evil together.
I hope you're right. I've been trying to hold us together, but it isn't easy. Anyhow, you're here, and they tell me you're in charge.
No kidding. This is, by the way, this is yet another reason why not having the full party here makes no sense. This is kind of an emergency situation. I mean, granted, a lot of the areas we go to are emergency situations, but still, you'd think that would justify bringing more than 4 people. I've never abandoned Redcliffe either. I only found that out because I forget it was the Keep, or I was looking into like crafted save files when Dragon Age 2 was coming out. I think it was the Dragon Age 2 thing, because there were people who were there was a website. Yeah, exactly, Lauren. There was a website which was like, here's a save with all these variables, and you know, you could go and you could download saves that have all the different variables that people were tracking, and one of them was Redcliffe was destroyed. And there were a lot of other things I learned about when I was going through that too. It's like, you can do that, really? Anyways, how can I help?
We need what little armor and weapons we got repaired, and quickly, or half of us will be fighting without either. Owen's the only blacksmith who can do it, but the stubborn fool refuses to even talk. If we're to be ready for tonight, we'll need that crotchety bastard's help.
So why does he refuse to talk?
His daughter, Valena, is one of the Alessa's maids, so he hasn't heard from her since this whole business started. He demanded we attack the castle, break down the gate, and force our way in. I said it was impossible, but he wouldn't listen. He's locked himself in the smithy now. I can't force him to do repairs. He said he'd rather die first.
Okay, anything else?
We could use some extra bodies. Having a veteran like Dwyn in the militia would help a lot, but he flat out refuses.
Okay.
He's a trader, a dwarf, lives near the lake. Locked himself up in his home with some of his workers, he has.
Says he doesn't need any of us. We could use somebody with his fighting experience, but he won't come out. Right. Let's hope we see morning.
And yes, Jesse's mask was one of the earlier positives I gave. Where's the tavern? Where am I? Okay.
Go away. Curse you. Leave me in peace. You've already taken everything out of my stores. There's nothing left.
Okay, listen. If you don't open the door, I'm going to break it down.
Alright, just don't destroy anything, damn you.
Thank you.
Maker's breath. What is that smell? It's like someone set a brewery on fire.
Somebody's been drinking.
So, I open the door. I've got nothing of value for you. The militia's taken whatever I had. So if you're here to beat on a sad old man, then all I ask is you get on with it. I don't have much to live for as it is.
Okay. I'm surprised that's not an option. Really.
Why should I help Murdoch when he won't help me? My girl, Valena, is one of the Alessa's maids, and she's trapped up there in the castle, but the mayor won't send anyone for her. She's been my life since my wife passed on 2 years ago. Now she's dead, or soon to be. I don't care what happens to me or the village, or anyone!
Right. So, you could work to help save her instead of sitting here being an idiot.
I'm an old man. Everyone knows we aren't making it through the night. Or are you going to save us?
Yeah.
Is that so? Maybe it's the drink talking, but you almost sound like you believe that. Tell you what. If you want me to do repairs for Murdoch and his men, promise me you'll go into the castle and find my daughter.
Done.
Not good enough. Murdoch said the same damn thing, and I didn't believe him either. I want a promise. Promise me that you'll look for her. That you'll bring her back to me if you can.
I promise I will find your daughter.
We will do our best. Please believe us, friend.
I'll accept that. It's something to hope for, at least. Right then. It seems I have some work to do relighting the forge, and I suppose I'll have to find some iron. Maybe at the mill. Murdoch just better send his men here as soon as possible if I'm gonna get to all these repairs and get them done by nightfall. If you need anything done, well, just let me know. I've got a lot to do now, so you'll have to excuse me.
So here's an interesting question that's been percolating in the back of my brain. One of the only things Lord Harrowmont and I agree on, the person, not the character, is we both agree that the rivalry system rocks over in Dragon Age 2. Now, the catch here is, while the rivalry system is good, and we'll almost assuredly get a positive when we get there, I've been debating giving the rep system a negative to Origins, and I could be talked out of that pretty easily, because it's actually kind of a byproduct of another problem. What do you guys think? Well, I debate Damashi's point, because Damashi has a good point. Because you're right, there's no Tor effect going on here. Whoops, this is the Chantry. How do you manage that one? I'm sorry, Jesse's mask. What do you mean? Oh, it's 18 bigger, right.
Well, it looks like Owen's finally doing the repairs we need. The damn fool is falling over drunk and still manages to make smithying look easy. Good enough, I say. I'll inform Bantig and the militia is ready to fight. We'll give those bastards a welcome they won't soon forget.
Yeah, look, we're not getting ready. We're getting ready to win.
I hope you're right.
We may just be village folk, but we're going to fight like there's no tomorrow.
Alright, so, I'll be back.
I have a good feeling about tonight.
I've actually been thinking about giving a negative for Morrigan, which is funny because she's almost assuredly also getting a positive. But the negative is for what I mentioned earlier. She's the evil party member. And I'm not saying that she is evil. She is there for evil. It's such a common thing, especially amongst BioWare games. They give you party members for when you want to be good, and they give you party members for when you want to be evil. And then they try to give you party members who don't give a damn one way or the other. Morrigan, you gain lots of positives with her. That is to say, you gain lots of rep with her.
Very well.
By virtue of being evil. By being a bad person. Now, it's not universal. Even Morrigan doesn't like some of the more horrifically evil things you can do in this game. And, in fact, nobody likes the horrifically evil stuff you can do in this game. But the point remains. And yeah, I also agree that it doesn't really fit her character in many cases. I know that masks is a big theme in this series, and that, or this game especially, and that Morrigan's actual character, while not exactly good, is at least a complex and well-fleshed-out character. But if you just played this game and never really bothered to talk to her in camp, I could understand why a lot of people would just be completely put off by her and never want to even deal with her. Because if you just see her in the conversations out while doing quests, she comes across as a twat. And evil. So, knock, knock, knock. Oh, alright. Let's make this happen.
Wonderful. Intruders. I hope you have a good reason for breaking and entering into my home.
Yeah. Didn't mean any harm.
Apology accepted. The name's Dwyn. Pleased to meet you. Now get out.
Hold up. We could use you for the militia.
Huh. So, Murdoch's sending a dwarf to do his begging for him? Hoping I'll get all misty-eyed with thoughts of home? Look, I'll tell you the same thing I told him. I'm not risking my neck for this town.
Chances are better out here than in here.
Thanks. But I'll take my chances in here. Everyone else can run around in the open waiting to die.
Can't I change your mind?
I have to admit, you've a better chance than most. At least another dwarf is likely to have a few rocks to rub together between their ears. What do you have in mind, then? Let's hear it.
Gold?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I won't even stick my head out my door for less than 100 silvers.
Okay. Done.
You're getting off easy there. But like you say, I guess this town needs a hero. You better be out there too when the sun goes down. I'm not fighting for a lost cause, you hear me?
Don't worry. I'll be there. How's our money doing? Oh, we're fine. So, while you have a valid point, Harrowmont, and you do, for once, sorry, I do have to admit that so one of the things that bothers me is, and this is kind of dependent on the nature of the game. Yes, that is one sovereign, Taitu, that is correct. One of the things that can happen is you could go through a lot of her character arc, and she improves as a person, understands the value of beauty and the personal relations there too, and learns to understand that there's more to people than what they seem, and blah, blah, blah. And she can basically become a better person. And then she still acts exactly the same way she did at the beginning of the game if you go around doing quests. So, now you could argue that that's just her throwing up the mask again, and okay, I could kind of see that. Which brings me back to my core point. The rep system. This is one of the reasons why I have to admit that I don't like the rep system in the game. The more I've been thinking about it, the more I lean towards this direction. Especially since the rep system has, because we talked about it has a concrete benefit, which is, you know, the gameplay passive that they get, and it locks content. You need rep to access content. What I would consider main content, companion quests. For example, right now, we cannot do Alistair's quest. I was looking this up earlier. You need 26 rep with Alistair to be able to do his quest with his sister in Denerim. 26. That's not a lot, but you get my point. It is entirely within the realm of feasibility, especially if you don't leave people in your party to not get the rep you need in order to come forward. And yes, Sten's quest we can't do. Morrigan's quest I think we can do right now. But you get the general idea. So, don't like to criticize without critiquing. I think the rep system would work a lot better if it was far more of an extreme kind of a thing. Let me explain this better. Let's say the rep system doesn't exist. This bar down here is ejected entirely from the game, right? However, let's say you do something that someone really disagrees with, something that they would be very against, and then they try to call you out on it. And that could, either depending on the specifics of the thing or which dialogue options you pick, or your cunning, you might be able to talk them through it, but basically consider that like a mark against you. Too many marks, they finally either attack you or leave, right? Depending on the circumstances. Thus, rather than having it be, at -100, they threaten to leave the party, which is basically just copy-paste from Baldur's Gate. Instead, that is correct, Michael. Instead, have it be like you have so many flags or so many strikes, or however you want to think of that. You get too many strikes and you're gone. And if you don't succeed at a strike check, they're gone in general. Right? Because at that point, it's like, if you fail the first time, if you fail to convince them that you are right in what you're doing, they're gone. Or they attack you, depending on the severity of it. So, criticizing without critiquing, I think that would work much better than the rep system, which, let's be honest, there's a reason gifts exist in this game. Now, gifts I'm willing to give at least a little bit of a pass, because you have to kind of put a little thought into who gets what, and kind of judge that. I mean, obviously there's guides, but you can, if you just play the game, realize who is going to like what kind of things, because, if you pay attention to their character and figure out what they like, Like, it's pretty obvious who's going to like the Chantry Amulet, right? And who's going to not like it, for that matter. But I still think that it's kind of a messed up system, especially given the fact that I know many players who what they will do is they'll bring the party they want for their build, or for their setup, or because they want the banter, and then they will dump gifts on the other party members so they can still see their content. That is, in fact, exactly what I plan to do this playthrough. So the more I'm talking this out, the more I'm leaning towards this being a negative, because the idea itself is already kind of not good, but I think the implementation of it is actively bad. Now, I'm still willing to be talked out of this negative, because this is kind of part of the whole full party system negative. You remember that? That one we talked about quite a bit? If they had actually allowed you to bring your entire party one way or another while you're moving out and about in the world, then not only would you get all the banter and the dialogue and the interactions with the characters, but it would be substantially easier to get rep with people. Because, let's be honest, the primary method of gaining rep is dialogue options during quests. Like, the overwhelming majority of rep gains and losses come from that. Now, that could still suck. That's still a band-aid solution, but I still have to admit that that's the kind of thing that, could make it at least a little bit better. What am I doing? I've already done... That's the village thing. No, right, I need to go to the tavern.
Stop fidgeting.
Like, the idea of a rep system doesn't really bother me because of how much sense it makes, but I do firmly think this is not implemented well. Oh, for God's sakes.
Not looking for company.
Strange seeing an elf here.
Elves aren't allowed to travel?
Yeah, sure.
Great. Thanks for permission.
You're welcome. Let's try this again.
I said I'm not looking for company.
Shouldn't you be with the militia?
Why? I don't live here.
But what are you doing here then?
Just waiting until I can leave again.
Who are you?
I'm not here to talk.
There's something about this man's demeanor. I don't know.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
But you do, don't you? I know a spy when I see one.
Look, I don't know you, and I don't want to. I'm not... I mean, I was just told to... I mean, just leave me alone.
What were you told to do?
Nothing. Nobody told me to do anything. Just because you're a Grey Warden doesn't mean you can go around threatening people.
And, how do you know I'm a Grey Warden?
I just, overheard it, that's all. If you'll excuse me, I want to get to the Chantry before the sun goes down.
So, this is gonna be easier if you just tell me what you're hiding.
But I never... Oh, all right, I'll tell you. Just don't hurt me. This is more than I bargained for. Look, they just paid me to watch the castle and send word if anything should change. But they never said anything about monsters. I haven't even been able to report anything since this started. I'm stuck, same as you, I swear.
Who are they?
A tall fellow. I forget his name. He, said he was working for Hal. Arl Rendon Hal. He's an important man, Teyrn Loghain's right hand. So I didn't do anything wrong.
Sure thing, Cam. So do you know how this all happened?
I don't know anything about these creatures. When the Arl got sick, I got scared that people would think I was involved. But I swear I don't know anything about it. They sent me to watch. Maybe they knew the Arl would get sick. I don't know.
What are you supposed to watch for?
Just to report any changes, honest. All I could send word about was the Arl getting sick. After that, monsters started coming from the castle.
How do I know you're telling the truth?
Here, this is a letter from them. It has instructions and everything. Keep it, do whatever you want with it. I just thought I was serving the king and making a bit of coin on the side. You have to believe me.
Ferelden has no king. Ferelden needs no king. I love how the fourth option there is, I believe you. Stab! So, you should help defend Redcliffe tonight.
Oh, all right. I'll do it. Thank you for your mercy. I won't forget it.
Okay, so he's recruited.
As you say.
And Majdi. Got the dwarf, got the armorer, got the elf. We're gonna cross a bridge.
Alistair, what's this?
It's a sock?
It's a filthy sock. How did it find its way to my bedroll?
Maybe it likes you. Socks are sneaky like that. Anyway, it's not mine.
It has your name stitched on it.
Oh, part of Templar training back at the Chantry. The men were always getting their socks mixed up. Anyway, sorry about that. I'll take it from you right now. One of my socks is feeling a little damp anyway. A change would be nice.
You're going to put it on? It's filthy.
And dry. We're not exactly traveling in the lap of luxury here.
What hideous habits you've picked up.
One of the things that I actually like about Dragon Age Origins that they kind of underplay, so I wouldn't be surprised if most people don't even notice, is we're roughing it in the wilds for like 90% of this game. So we spend about a year living in camps and on dirt roads. It's an undercurrent. It's not brought up that often, but it's there and it's amusing.
Greetings, Grey Warden. I am as relieved as Ban Tegan is to see you here. I must admit I am unfamiliar with addressing a dwarf of your station. I do not wish to be rude.
That's cool. Call me whatever you'd call a human.
Please take no offense then, my good man, for I meant none. I am Sir Perth, until recently in direct service of Arl Eamon of Redcliffe. For now my charge is defending the village from these evil assaults. Would that I had chosen not to seek out the urn of sacred ashes. Perhaps I would have fended off whatever evil befell the castle. Or perhaps I would be dead.
That one.
Ah, well, with the Grey Warden aiding our defense, perhaps all is not lost.
Is there anything I can do to help?
We have sufficient armor and weapons, but my knights are too few to stand against the monsters without assistance. Perhaps you could approach Mother Hannah in the Chantry for some holy protection against these evil creatures. Otherwise, I do not know what else you could provide beyond your own talents. We're as prepared for the onslaught as we could possibly be, all things considered.
I'll see what I can do.
That gladdens my heart to hear it. As you wish, Grey Warden. Make a watch over you.
That reminds me, Dream Whisperer, this is as good a time as any to mention this. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the highlights channel on the Discord because it's been obsoleted. There's a new feature in Twitch which allows me to just grab clips directly, so you don't need to share stuff in there anymore. Chantry. Yeah, banter's good. Banter's good. I appreciate your hard work, Dream Whisperer, really. And everyone who makes clips. You're the reasons the highlight reel exists.
You are of dwarven blood and a stranger amongst us, yet you defend a home that is not your own. We are grateful for that.
Yeah, to quote, I tested it yesterday. Both times yesterday, both sessions. So, I mean, I can't stand by while monsters attack the helpless, because I'm, a human being. You know what I mean?
Not many in these modern days would honestly say the same. You are a man of worth, and the Maker will smile upon you.
That is
Allow
unlikely.
me to introduce myself. I am revered Mother Hannah, head of this chantry, which for the moment is a place of refuge for these poor villagers. Surely this cannot be the entire village. These few are all who are left? All those who cannot defend themselves, yes. They are terrified of tonight's attack, and I fear these walls will not keep them safe. What can I do to help with your task?
Well, we could get your blessing. We need holy protection for the knights.
I have done all I can for them. I pray for them each night and seek the Maker's forgiveness for their sins before they face their deaths. What Sir Perth seeks is something that is not in my power to give.
You remember this quest? Because I remember this quest. It's actually come up a few times. But every time I think about this game, when we did the lore run and we just sat here for like half an hour talking about this quest, you remember that? That's one of the things I remember most about that particular lore run, about that marathon, excuse me. This is before we were even calling them lore runs. I didn't know that, Vigilant. I had no idea how you could get the bronze armor, other than just by cheating it in, of course. Oh. And thank you very much. As always, sir. And I put that towards Batman Arkham. Can't you just bless them?
I can pray with them and give them my blessing. But Sir Perth wants me to call upon the Maker to shield them from evil.
Well, can't you just tell him the Maker will watch over him? Morale is a powerful thing, you know.
You mean you want me to let them think the Maker protects them in a real sense? I will not lie to them like that.
You're, yeah, right before the village attack, we're gonna do our lunch break. I just wanted to finish this last quest before we break. I'm trying really hard not to discuss this point. Let's just move on. Let's just move on.
I suppose their belief in the Maker's power could inspire them, but it just seems like trickery. Very well. If it keeps them alive, I will do what I must. I have a number of Silvercast holy symbols. Tell Sir Perth that he can have them, and that wearing them will confer the Maker's protection. Now please, let me tend to these poor folk. I must do what I can, and I suggest you do the same.
Dragon Age is a weird combination of low and mid tier overall. And yeah, I suppose that's true, Lord Harrimount. I'm not even going to deny or try to argue against that. I guess that's how I play real life, too. banter here. Maybe? Nope. Okay, whatever. No banter today, guys. Sorry. I did what I could.
The Knights of Redcliffe are ready to fight at your disposal.
Excellent. Oh, got your holy protection.
Have you spoken to the revered mother? Has she offered anything?
Indeed.
Must we do this? The faith that will protect these men must come from their heart, surely.
If they are the same as the symbols worn by their priests, well, that would more than suffice.
Glad I could help.
I will send some men to collect the amulets. Please give my regards to Mother Hannah for seeing some sense at last.
Of course.
As you wish, Grey Warden. Make a watch over you.
Liliana disapproves. Well, you know what? She'll approve once she becomes the divine. Sorry. So, save. And as usual, we're going to exit out in order to flush the RAM. And we will be back in a little over an hour after the lunch break. I'll see you there, guys.